Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. It looks like we got a full house, couple of replacements. I think everybody probably heard, got a Blake and a Ian replacing the Kevins. And then we have our own Ian. For money stuff. So nothing left over from last meeting that I have or the division has, unless the committee does. Okay, Laura will put the link to the committee page in the chat. Just another reminder, we're not using the chat for communication for those. I think all the committee members know that, but for other folks, please, raise your hand and state your name, and for those providing testimony and all of that formality. Laura's put the link to the committee page in the chat, and on that committee page has all of the documents that we'll be needing today. The revised code documents for we agendized items or chapters 1 through 5. I'll be really pleased if we get through 3 today. I doubt we'll get anywhere close to that. There's just a lot of stuff to discuss. So, but that's the goal. And for those that we're going in order, for those that are here to testify for a specific, a particular subject matter. And for public proposals, same thing. When we get to that section in order on the matrix, then we'll bump to if there is a proponent available. And what else? Okay, Laura's reminding me of stuff here. I don't know if you can hear her or not, but so any written testimony that we've received is also on that committee page, and you'll notice, like, under the proposals on the committee page, web page, that is, there's a couple of written testimonies that have been submitted. So look for those, as those come in, those will be posted there. Everybody have their matrix. That's going to be our document that we're going to follow along. We're going to just start in chapter 1, and then we'll use the the section number, chapter number, or specifically the section number will be what we'll use to go along for the topic we're talking about. We discussed numbering and different options, and there's just not a real super easy, clean option. So we're going to go with section numbers. And anything else, Laura, that I'm missing? We can add to the matrix, of course, if there's something. There's a couple of things that we'll be adding internally that we want to talk about that didn't get on the matrix. So the matrix is a living document. Laura will keep that updated as we go with the outcomes over on the right-hand column there on what the committee's decided. And of course, things can be, I think we talked about this before, things can be added. It's not a hard document where we can't make changes to it. I think that's all I have out of the chute here. We'll just roll with it. So I don't think we need to redo introductions or anything, right? And committee members, are you good with? Like to hear yourself talk? No, nobody. I got nothing. I got like 3 people on. I got no reactions. Oh, votes and stuff. We'll just do it's not formal. Motions, I don't know that are absolutely necessary for this. We don't normally do motions and seconds and things. We just kind of do the, thumbs up if you're on cam. So we'll just kind of do a general consensus unless something gets, really contentious or something. We'll maybe count hands, but for the most part, we'll just kind of do the thumbs up and try to pay attention as close as I can and look at screens and stuff. Laura will have stuff up from time to time, but it's kind of hard to read sometimes up on the screen. So it may be easier just to follow along with what you have in front of you on your own computers. It's remote things fun. So anything from committee members, questions, comments before we dive in? Nothing. This is a dead group today. What's going on here? Liven up, people. Wednesday, it's raining, nothing. Okay, so chapter 1, we're going to start with chapter 1. Only because, or not only because, but so most of you are probably aware that, you know, chapter 1 is administrative and falls to the administrator for making, you know, changes or amendments or content. But historically, the division has always asked for feedback from committee and especially boards. So there's a couple of things that the division is looking at possibly adjusting in chapter 1. And so we do want to talk about, we'd like to talk about and just get some feedback on. They're not super technical in nature, mostly cleanup. And there's really only one, and it actually has to do with the exemptions, number 6 and 10. So there's 2 exemptions right now in R105 for 105.1.1 for porches, porch covers and patio covers, and then there's a deck one. And what we have discovered internally as a team is that the language was kind of confusing and overlapping and kind of difficult. So what we came up with, you will see in, if you don't already have, if you should have access to chapter 1 link there with, that's one thing I didn't talk about is the markups. Laura's got these marked up for us. Obviously red is cross out. There's a dark blue is existing Oregon amendments, right, Laura? And there's a lighter blue that you can see in there that are new Oregon amendments. And that's the only colors, right? No, pink, the pink color is new model code language. So when you're looking at the docs, so if you look at, if you can pull up the chapter 1 doc and go to 105. 105. There's number 6 and number 10. You can see the changes. So we did a couple of things to clarify there. There was nothing for deck covers, and some folks have been confused over what's a porch cover, what's a porch versus a patio versus a deck, and folks building roofs over decks. So that first part, number 6, is adding deck covers, and then also clarifying. And this is the piece that was kind of confusing as well, because number 10 said within 3 feet of a property line, but number 6 didn't. So a couple of things clarifying that if a deck cover would obviously fall under this category, and then the 3 feet to a property line thing is part of the no technical change intended whatsoever, or additions. This is only clarification. And then number 10 also you can see it's some strikeouts there that are also related. And then we also did a back when we get into 302.1, we can touch on that, but there's also a related the exceptions to fire separation distance in 302.2, exception number 3. We also added some language for the covers, porch deck and patio covers. We'll cover that when we get that, but there's kind of 3 interrelated. So these are the 2. If you again, the intent is just to try to clean things up and make it clear. So if there's any feedback on those, the division definitely appreciate that. Nothing.
Looks good.
I think the addition would help. I know off of some clarification issues that we had, and I know it was way too long ago, but when we put in the amendment, in the 11 code to point back to section AH 102, do you think that's clean enough to capture the patio enclosures, or should we reference that somewhere in there, since you're touching this one again, should we bring in that patio covers are allowed to be enclosed a little bit more definitively? Because it's technically what AH 103 that actually captures what the enclosure requirements are.
It's not one that we had come up with, other than, I know that you're dealing with an issue, Jonathan, on that particular subject on the enclosure, but it's not one that I'm familiar with being problematic. I see what you're saying. So I think what Jonathan's referring to in number 6, just the references, the reference to H102 is for defined. The intent is to say like as defined for what a, what a porch cover is, patio cover is. I have a tendency to feel like it covers it, but because Appendix H covers patio covers, but I don't know how we would.
Just a thought here. This is Jeremy. What if it said scoped instead of defined? That way it covers kind of the general scope of things, not just the definition within Appendix H.
I'd have to look at that one a little bit more, because I think the scope starts at 200 and the intent of the exemption is under 200. I think that's why we're just trying to pull the definition, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
So thing that I put in that thing way too many years ago, the intent was Richard and I came to a realization that I think it was the 08 code removed enclosures from the wording. And we had a couple jurisdictions that were saying, well, if you enclose your patio, it's no longer exempt. So we added that back thinking that would capture it. And at least for us as a jurisdiction, it does, because obviously I know the intent of it. And from most jurisdictions I've heard it does. But what we're now hearing the feedback is it's actually the customer, since the exceptions is really more intended for the customer of what you can do and what you can't do without a permit. They're the ones getting confused on the, well, what can I do? And so anyway, I wasn't sure if you, as the division, you guys thought it was clean enough. If it still is, it's not a big issue. But for us, it was a one unique situation. Generally, customers just ask us if they have questions instead of doing.
Yeah, no, I see I'm following what you're saying. It did not come up in discussion, Jonathan, but I'm following. So you would say to add so unenclosed or either, or are you saying that enclosed is not exempt?
No, I would say enclosed can be exempt, because that was the intent of what we did in 11. It was just the you could add another little comma section that's basically and patio enclosures as constructed under AH 103 or something like that. I don't know if you felt it was needed, but it doesn't sound like it's really needed.
I haven't understood it as the enclosed patio covers are exempt, so maybe we do need some clarification if that is the intent.
Yeah, that was the intent since the 11 code was that you could do a 200 square foot enclosure of screen or glass as long as 65% of the area of 2 exterior walls was open.
Yeah, that would be consistent with other accessory type structures that are enclosed pergolas, enclosed sheds, enclosed anything. I think that's my understanding too. That's why I was clarifying that with Jonathan. So I'll definitely make a note here on the enclosure language. So good suggestion. Anything else on those? You note these are not on the matrix because, like I explained earlier, it's administrative stuff, but definitely want some feedback for just this reason, because that was good feedback. That's our 105. What am I doing here? 1052 number. Where'd it go?
Number 6.
Yeah, 1052 number 6 and 10. Those were the. Okay, we'll take a look at that. So that's the only ones that I think we had in. The only thing in one that we were going to discuss, and then there is again, same thing. Normally we don't do proposals on, or we don't have proposals on chapter one, but again, same thing. If there's something that vision needs to change, we're certainly open to hearing those. So we have proposal number one under chapter one from Wayne, and I think I saw Wayne up there on the call somewhere. Where'd he go?
I'm here.
Oh, yes, there's Wayne. Okay, so Wayne's got proposal PP-1 for section R 105.1.1, and I'm not going to try to explain or paraphrase. So on any of these proposals, let the proponents talk about them. And I will give just a little bit of a precursor on this one, because this was new language last time, and that the division recommended and the board adopted. And the reason was that the exemption for non-rated or non-load bearing partitions was causing confusion, where somebody would come and just throw up a wall in a big bedroom and turn it into a bathroom or something and say, oh, I don't need a permit because it's all I did was build a non-bearing wall. And that just not even bathrooms a bad example, just anything, just creating a new room, putting a wall in the middle of two rooms. And what we realized is with bathrooms, and I think Portland brought this up last time, it might have been a Terry Whitehall, I can't remember completely, but it was getting hit on bathrooms. Folks were doing bathrooms, and yeah, they were getting plumbing permits and electrical permits, but they weren't getting structural permits. And there are many things that could apply under a structural permit under the ORSC, not plumbing or electrical, such as, you know, spaces in front of toilets and tubs and things like that, hazardous glazing if they're adding windows, minimum room sizes on certain, maybe not so much bathrooms, but the new spaces is any habitable space, toilet rooms, or new bathrooms. So if you're putting a partition in the middle of a room, you've got ceiling height, you've got minimum room areas, minimum room dimensions. So that's the background on where this language came from. Is there was some feedback we got from jurisdictions that the folks were thinking they didn't have to get a permit for anything else if all they put up was a non-rated wall, or I mean a non-bearing wall. So I will turn it over to Wayne to discuss his proposal.
Good morning. Name's Wayne Parker. I'm with Washington County Building Services. Like he was talking about the adding of bathrooms and such, looking at clearances and so on, it seems pretty straightforward in and of itself. However, what we're seeing, and it's not just here, some other places we've heard some feedback where all of a sudden somebody has a closet next to their bathroom. They demo the wall between the two, and now they're considering that the closet being opened up to the bathroom as being new bathroom space. So now all of a sudden we're requiring building permits, and because there's nothing that gets you out of plan review, you're all of a sudden getting stuck with somebody that is going through this process, having to go through all the planning, plan review process, and with everybody, I would imagine, it's getting backlogged. It's creating a real time constraint for something that really doesn't need a review or doesn't really affect the structure or really meets what we were trying to accomplish with this original requirement in 105.1. So that was really the premise behind it, that if it wasn't doing anything, then we really didn't need the permit. Or part B of that would be, if that doesn't work, would be to go down the path of saying, look, we don't need plan review because it's simple, straightforward. And bathroom clearances are covered in the plumbing code as well. So if you look at 307, it says go see the plumbing code for clearances in front of fixtures in a lot of cases. So that was kind of for showers and such. So that's kind of where that thought process was coming from, was to try and just streamline it for the customers and the contractors for the stuff that really wasn't intended behind the original proposal from Portland for the bathrooms.
So Wayne, I guess just to clarify, so the intent of your proposal is actually more intended for non-habitable space, because the way I write it, it's concerning because it's basically expansion of habitable space. So, if I decide to take a wall and move it into a bedroom, I can now be below 70 square feet, and we're not going to look at it the way it's written. So if your intent is non-habitable space, I think we would want to clarify that it's expansion of non-habitable space, which
It really is about the non-habitable, because we already exempt closets. Somebody adds a closet to a bedroom, we already exempt a lot of this other stuff. And so we're really just looking at saying, look, if we're just making the bathroom bigger, it was already a bathroom, it already had the fixtures in place and such, there's really not an impact as long as we're not affecting a firewall or the energy envelope.
That's how we've read the code. We haven't required a permit if it's just like a bathroom remodel or expansion. Because it says the creation of a new bathroom in Deschutes County, we've only required it for when they're adding a bathroom, but maybe is the intent has it been for even the expansion of?
I've seen it required even for the expansion. I've heard of that happening. And so I don't believe that was ever the intent to begin with. And so really this was just kind of provide that clarity that, just because I'm remodeling my bathroom doesn't trigger that. Just because I'm making a bathroom closet into one space and putting a doorway and a non-bearing wall to, filling in my doorway to my bathroom and making it so I go through my closet, that shouldn't trigger that process. And even if it does trigger the inspection side of it, there's no reason for plan review. It serves no benefit or purpose other than additional red tape and process.
So I know we've treated it the same way. As long as it's existing bathroom space, we don't reanalyze the space except for out in the inspection for plumbing and electrical if they need to be out there. But on your point of plan review, sadly, and believe me, I actually agree with you. And there should be a section of BCD stuff this doesn't require plan review. Instead of necessarily even the exceptions of permit, it's more you don't need plan review or even possibly inspections. At least notify us in certain cases for some things so we can help you to make sure you don't screw it up. But the reality of it is they haven't set that up. But I know from a jurisdictional standpoint, you could work with your building official and exempt plan review because that is authority that we have as building officials. So if it is just something more limited to Washington County, you could just work with your building official and make that suggestion and they can waive those plan reviews.
And I've actually heard it being outside of Washington County as well. But, we have the argument internal between inspectors wanting that stuff looked at, plan review going, why? They take care of that in the field. And so we hear that argument back and forth. And then, like I said, I've heard it come from outside of Washington County as well. And I thought, okay, obviously there's some confusion in the way people are reading this and the intent of what it was. And I was really just kind of pushing towards just kind of clarify that a little bit to kind of eliminate some of that. Even when homeowners call in and stuff like that and start asking questions, I just thought clarity would be beneficial to it.
Thank you, Wayne. I appreciate the summary. We've always read it kind of like what Carrie said. It's new, the creation of new. That new is very key in this section. So I haven't heard of a problem here in Clackamas County, but I guess my only worry is that adding that exception might further confuse people, kind of like over explanation, but I understand like what you're trying to do. But I don't think that we would have, again, what Jonathan said is also what we would do, have the customer come and talk to a plans examiner or the building official about it to make a determination. Yeah.
And honestly, I believe that to be the response I would be getting for it today. Short of doing like an actual interpret or anything like that, it was just one of those things of intent. I mean, that's the way I've read it for the whole time, just like you are as well.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing some other issues that are coming, and I just thought, yeah, maybe we can throw something at it.
Is there a way to clarify? I'm hearing like, I don't know if it needs clarification at all, but rather than the exception, because I'm also struggling with the existing habitable, but then with change within the conditioned space, I don't know how that works, but is there clarification in just the straight language about new spaces, or, you know, mentioning, excuse me, change in the use of the space, change in the occupancy? Would that be helpful, Wayne? So like if we're talking about a closet that was part of the conditioned bedroom that is now becoming the bathroom, I mean, something to that effect in that language itself?
That's ultimately the goal that we were looking for. I think the language that we proposed for the exception was kind of like a starting point to have that discussion of what we're seeing for issue and what the clarity issues could be. If people are not, you know, that are newer into the field and just reading it word for word or whatever. And so that was really behind it. I'm not stuck on those words by any means. It was one of those things of, hey, this is what we're trying to resolve. If there's a better way to get there, you know, I think that's, you know, the path we should probably take.
I think the challenge, unfortunately, is trying to carve out just the bathroom one, because, you know, actually because of Wayne's thing, I was re-looking at provision. We tripped over it a couple times, and, you know, I have my own suggestions on things we should possibly add, and I was going to bring that up today, you know, because like, as we're trying to make it cleaner and point it out more, you know, we should probably say conversion of habitable space to bedrooms, you know, type, or sleeping rooms type thing, because that often gets people confused because they don't take the 105.1 thing of, you know, alter as meaning, oh, well, now I'm making it a bedroom, I'd need to actually have a permit type thing. So there's tons of things we could potentially add to clarify. The challenge is, you know, like going for, you know, the conversion of a closet and stuff like that. Well, how do we parse it out? Because we've never taken it to the point of you have a bedroom, because we don't require closets in a bedroom, and decide to put a closet in the bedroom. Well, that's non-habitable space you're creating, so therefore you didn't need a building permit potentially. So how do we carve out that one niche to make sure that this doesn't trip that up, those sorts of elements? So I think we could end up chasing our tails trying to solve some problems. I think at the end of the day, one of the best solutions is just talk to your local building department. You know, all of us are more than willing to help walk you through, does your project need a permit or review or anything like that?
Yeah, like I said, I was just looking at feedback as from others as well. If there's others have it, other than just what I'm hearing locally. So to me, I agree with y'all. It's pretty obvious what it says in there. But like I said, we're having hearing some others. So
yeah, this is Rex. I think it's really well intentioned, Wayne. It just sounds like maybe a local policy, or, you know, a little paper handout or something in your jurisdiction might be appropriate, because everybody's going to come at it just a little different. No wrong answer, but I think it's local policy personally.
okay.
So, okay, anything additional? I think I'm kind of hearing a thumbs down on the proposal roughly here for the most part. Looks like, yeah. Okay.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Wayne. We'll come back to you in a bit. I think you got another one coming up in 3. So that was it specifically for 1. Again, that was the only proposals, and that's all we had. We have one that ties back to it from chapter 2, but kind of a little bit. So we're going to bounce to chapter 2.
I was just gonna say back to the patio covers. I just looked at Appendix H. The definition does say open or glazed walls. So maybe what is in the code covers it. It's just been a while since I've looked at that.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's why we thought it worked. The challenge we had was no one went back down to A103 to say what is the enclosure walls to make it a patio cover. So that was the thought. But it is actually there. That's why we use that definition.
And I made a note to look at it, but that was my recollection too. I didn't pull it up. But so I can still look at it a little bit further and see if there's some area we could clean it up a little bit.
Sounds good.
So for chapter 2, normally what we're going to do with chapter 2 is when there's a change or an amendment or our intention in this, of course, the committee can change it up. But the intention here is to go over those definitions when we get to them. So if it's a definition related to something in 3 or 4 or 5, when we get to that section, we'll go over those definitions. So it'll seem like we're going to skip some definitions, but we're not. There are a couple that don't really have great placeholders. And so I do want to touch base on those. They're both division recommendations. And so if we're good, we can look at those. If you want to pull up your chapter 2 document. The first one is an attempt, maybe feeble. I'm going to fully admit, because I had a hard time making this one work. But one of the things that's missing and that we struggle with at times is not having a building area definition in the res code. And it's normally not an issue because there are no limitations, but we do have areas like we just talked about, 200, 400 for exemptions. We have other areas in the code that require us to look at areas, especially like accessory buildings. We're going to talk about accessory structures later. Right now, we have a 3,000 number in there, and we get the question quite often: how are we measuring that? Inside walls, outside walls, overhangs, how much overhang, all that stuff. So, what we were looking at possibly doing is, you'll see on the first page of chapter 2, is adding a building area definition, roughly based on OSSC, but OSSC's definition doesn't work for obvious reasons. I had to change it up. So that's a starting point. So whether the committee thinks it's a good idea or not, or wants to tweak it, or thinks it's unnecessary or not, I'll turn it over for you folks to beat it up.
I think it's a great idea. I know we've had a lot of questions of how do we define the building area for, the structures exempt from permits and other parts of the code. So I think it's great.
I can tell you one of the things I struggled with on this when we were putting it together was like that last sentence, trying to capture horizontal projections. And I think if I remember right, we had even talked about a number like up to 24 is included or something. That's a piece that I think might be missing. But I think the problem is, anyway, yeah, I'll let you get back to the discussion, but I forgot to mention that.
Would it be wise to include similar to the OSSC under roof cover? Because I could, because what about covered inset style patios and stuff like that?
Yeah, you're keying exactly into why it was difficult to capture this. Because I agree, it somehow possibly, yeah.
Yeah, because with it talking about to the walls, could you have a 200 square foot structure within the walls that also had a roof overhang, like a porch or something? Would that be exempt?
Yeah. I mean, it does, we did try to include dwelling or accessory structure, but I don't know if we could capture that by saying or both. I don't know if that would do it. We do have and I'm gonna fail here at this, my memory, I can't remember if it's in statute or rule, but I think it's in rule. Under permits, we do have a definition of how to measure a building. I think it's on the res side. But specific to permit valuation for determining square footage. I think it didn't really work. I started there, but it didn't really work either.
Eric, does the OSSC have a definition?
This is the
This
OSSC
is it?
definition but amended to try to make it work. Yeah, that's exactly where I started. Looks like Wayne got your hand up.
Yes, sir. So, I think the way we've looked at it is we look at building areas the outside of the structure. When you start dealing with patios and things of that nature, we looked at it as a similar definition as a fire area out of the OSSC, which deals with the projection for those type of structures. So if I have a huge lean-to on the side or patio cover, I would take that to the roof structure, not to the posts. But if I have an enclosed structure, I would just go to the exterior of the walls.
Yeah, I like your attempt, Eric. The only part I would add is that very last line out of the OSSC one that says, you know, to the roof or floor above type thing. So that way it captures those inset areas and those attached patios that are attached type thing. Because we do have quite a few single families where they do some type of an inset patio now to give them some shelter and stuff.
You said from the OSSC, is that what you said, Jonathan? Was that the?
Yeah, the very, very last, it ended up being even on a printed line where it says, you know, the walls without in such areas shall include within the horizontal projection of the roof or floor above, you know, that.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. Could it match closer to the one currently in the OSSC?
Yeah, I was trying to do that. I just had to get rid of the shafts and I mean, it's kind of a court thing you're describing with or without a lid, kind of. Courts was in there, but somehow, and maybe we could just use that definition and take out the, you know, vent shafts.
Yeah, I think it could. I think honestly, that whole last sentence you could use for your last sentence. It would work fine.
Same. Because I'm just thinking how it looks right now. I'm like, okay, customers will be asking me, is my eave so big that I need to include it? And on this side, all these sides, you know, so just getting rid of those questions, ideally, that we're not talking about eaves with the projection.
Agreed. That was one of the considerations that we're trying to sort out. Okay, so let me see if I got this right. Got to get back to my head. I have too many things open here. Okay, so the area included within surrounding exterior walls of a dwelling or accessory structures, horizontal projection of the roof. So you're saying keep it.
I think I would keep that last sentence basically the same as the OSSC.
So areas of the building not provided within surrounding walls shall be included in the building area if such areas are included within horizontal projection or the roof or floor above. That part?
Yeah.
Replace the last sentence of the existing, the suggested with that. Are you following that, Laura? Let's do that right now. She doing it? I'm on check. So starting at area. Area, so that would read areas of the building not provided with surrounding walls. Oh, no, sorry, wrong place. I wasn't paying attention to your cursor. The other areas right there, that one. Areas of the building not provided with surrounding walls. Not provided with surrounding walls shall be included in the building area. Building area being italicized. Building area, if such areas are included within the horizontal projection. Within the horizontal projection of the roof or floor above. Hey, committee, does that look correct?
Yeah, that looks good.
Boom, okay.
I think she has to italicize the building area there, yeah.
One question, this is Ty Jennings. I'm with the Cascade Natural Gas, but I would point out that using the defined term within the definition is not a common practice.
Hmm.
It's usually frowned upon.
I would agree with you normally, but that's directly from the OSSC. I don't know why they do it that way, but, or from the IBC.
And then just for clarification on accessory structures exempt from permits, it says 200 square foot in floor area. Is the intent that they could also have a roof cover, or would we want to update that to say in building area?
Hmm.
We're just getting a lot of structures that, you know, cute little, they say they're one thing, but probably another, and
Carrie,
Sure.
just look at them as adult playhouses.
Right.
Playhouse is a playhouse. It doesn't matter if it's for a kid or an adult. We cannot
Okay.
age discriminate.
I know we've had questions of like, oh, well, can they have this cute little porch that's, you know, more than the 200 square foot, or would that under roof area?
Yeah. So we have consistently landed on 24, and that was pulled out of our hat. I think that's the guidance we have given is, you know, anything over a 2-foot eave. It's gonna add, because I know exactly what you're talking about. You got 6-foot, 8-foot little peaked porches on the front of accessory structures. So that's the answer the division is given, and there's not really a basis for it. It's just that was where we landed it. That's what you're talking about, Carrie?
Yep.
But to Carrie's point, I think, you know, it may be worth clarifying in code if that is the division's intent, because, you know, I know in practice we've had to accept the fact that nowhere in the exception says you can't add an exception to an exception. So I can build a 200 square foot accessory structure and build a 200 square foot patio on it because it doesn't say you can't.
I think it says
Okay.
patio cover. I thought it was just,
To just
For a
attach to an
dwelling.
exterior wall. I think.
I'll have to look. I think we've understood it as that exception was patio covers attached to dwellings. I'll look up the appendix, but that they can't add a exemption of a.
Okay,
Right,
they can
code.
add a porch cover then. Just kidding.
I'll have to look. The appendix H says, talks about attached to dwelling units.
Mhm.
Okay, so it gets back to a porch cover or deck cover. So then the appendix doesn't apply.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And it says detached or attached in appendix H.
But detached or attached to dwelling units.
Oh, two dwelling units. I see what you're saying.
Well, it is attached to a dwelling, detached to a dwelling unit, because you can't have an accessory structure if there's not a dwelling unit. Sorry, I used to get paid to argue this stuff. So it's all good.
No, it's a good point. No, it is a good point. That's where, but I see your point, Jonathan, that, yeah, we've just kind of said, now kind of building a building on top of it without walls is, but you know, there's nothing to stop you from having nothing but flashing over the two and having it self-supported and having a separate accessory structure. That's another one that we've come up with also, or that we've answered too. So looks like committee members, Jeremy Faircloth has a question. No?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
I was kind of wondering, a few weeks ago, I was chatting also with Eric, and I don't know if Jeremy Williams is involved in this or not. Is there a way within definition to get accessory structures that are not necessarily accessory to a dwelling? So we have a path to construct accessory structures through the ORSC? Because by definition, they have to be accessory to a dwelling. So when I was speaking with Eric on that, it came down to, well, technically you can go through the OSSC through a group U, or you have to use 104.1 as a path to technically get there to construct an accessory structure. Within our county, our planning department has specific areas that allow buildings to be constructed without a dwelling. And we're dealing with a case right now to where that's becoming a conflict, because we actually don't really have a true path through residential side for accessory structure construction without a dwelling. Does that make sense?
LA.
Yes, we have that same issue here in the county. We build accessory structures almost every time before we build a house. The way our planning and zoning addresses it is they won't issue the accessory structure planning approval without the house planning approval as well. And that's because a lot of times, most of what they build first is where they're going to park their RV in while they construct their home. So we get both planning approvals at one time, and then the accessory residential structure comes through under the ORSC because it was approved as accessory to the residential dwelling. The residential dwelling might not be there yet, but that's what the planning approval was for it already. And so that's what we've gone through. You know, our county, they can't build anything else but a house there, especially most of these where you have to have 80 acres since it's so difficult to build out in counties. And so that's how we've addressed it, is all of our accessory buildings go through ORSC as long as we have that planning approval, because they are approved as accessory to the dwelling. I don't know if that would help or not, but that's just not a battle we're willing to fight over here.
Yeah. Adelaide, thank you. We do the same thing in Clackamas County, our planning department.
Yeah, and so do we here typically, but we do have areas through planning that allow building structures to be built without a dwelling on them through planning side. And that's where we're getting conflicts of that same thing. So let it be the property size, you know, the 200 square foot or 400 square foot or less. It still comes into play that a dwelling isn't required through the planning. And then we get constantly, okay, how do I construct this? So it's either fall back to the 104.1 as a path, or we have to go through the OSSC to a utility structure to get there. And I was just wondering if it'd be possible just to make a small change that lets an accessory structure be built to the ORSC, let it be accessory to a dwelling or not.
We have some lots that aren't buildable for you can't put a dwelling on the lot because of septic reasons. They won't qualify. They've got too high of groundwater. And so, yeah, technically, they couldn't have an exempt accessory structure. We haven't really been sticklers on it, but the code does kind of have that definition.
Yeah, and that's what happened is we were actually engaged in an issue right now through civil. And this is something that's, I think, is going to bite us because we don't got a true definition path. So I was wondering if it's something that might be easily addressed, and we're talking about the accessory structures anyway, so I thought a good time to bring it up. So
Can I chime in here, committee members? Like I already did. I said, can I? This is a great conversation and it will be helpful, but we are going to discuss accessory structures in depth because we have a pretty big proposal that's going to change up accessory structures if the committee goes that way. So this might be, you can continue to discuss now, but it might be better to hold this over as part of that larger discussion because it's going to affect the definition of accessory structure in R328, and there's a proposal for all that.
perfect.
And then I just, especially with the changes in the 19 OSSC previously, and removing the state ready build plans and everything like that. So I have a question more for Jeremy Williams. Is there a reason why we wouldn't want to now put a limitation on how far a patio cover, porch cover, deck cover, since we're now calling them all three, projection away from the building for lateral, because with the way they changed the ORSC, we can't offset negatively anymore going into that. So it seems that we shouldn't allow, a 10 by 20 deep patio cover without some structural analysis.
Yeah, that makes sense. The prescriptive allowance is the 6 foot extension, so to allow for no change to an existing brace wall line, but that does make sense to put a limitation on those. Any thoughts, Eric?
I don't know how you would do that because there's not and maybe Jonathan, you can expand a little bit because I was thinking the same thing. We're talking prescriptive. There isn't a prescriptive path for a patio cover. It's basically engineered anyway. So how would you limit that?
Prior to the 2023 code, what we had used was the allowance for the 4 foot projection of the offset. So we would allow a 10 foot without engineering.
Mm-hmm.
And that in our mind provided the reasonable care that we were expecting out of a patio cover. But obviously there was a reason why the IRC changed that language. So there's a potential that didn't meet that standard of care.
Yeah, it's both in the chapter 60210 provisions for prescriptive lateral, and then also the irregularities, section 3012226 trigger for overhangs.
So if we were going to just say a number, I think that 10 seems reasonable because prior codes that would have been an applicable allowance for sure. But I do have that fear that sadly, unfortunately, because I've seen them, those large projection wrapping patios and stuff like that, and you're getting 20 feet out there and they're not having a lot of hardware to keep them from racking.
Where would you, Jonathan, where were you thinking that would go? Are you talking about the exempt ones in 105 or?
Yeah, just the exempt ones. So you could basically say not projecting more than 10 feet from the building or something like that.
Yeah, we've talked about that, Eric, in the past, just in general on patio covers, snow loading to existing headers, how far they're extending, if it's affecting lateral. But we got word that since the statute did exempt them, we really didn't have a lot of control over it, just with that square footage limitation. But we could take a closer look and come back to the committee with.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a great reminder, Jeremy, when we're on this subject matter. I think I forgot, most of you probably remember this, but this list came from statute of exempt items. It's a vague list in statute, but it does include things like, patio covers or porch covers. I don't know how it says it, but that's what Jeremy was referring to.
Yeah, and that just so you're aware, that 10 foot versus 6 foot, the 4 foot offset allowance, the model code, basically they were allowing the building to jig and jog, and then you could go 4 foot off an imaginary line. People were not having jigs and jogs and bringing the brace wall lines in and like doing a value engineered approach, really kind of cheating the system a little bit. And that's what Jonathan's talking about here. So that's been cleaned up. So now it's kind of strict. If you don't have any jigs or jogs, it's a 4 foot max for the offset.
Thank you, Jeremy. Is that, so with that's something that we can look into a little bit? A little bit, see how much latitude we have. So thanks, Jonathan. Are we good? Thank you. Are we good to move on to the next? There's one more definition that we want to cover. Pretty okay. Everybody was good with that. We got the thumbs up on the area building. No cost on that one, Ian. Forgot about the cost thing. Is there any other ones that we haven't done anything with cost? No, nope. So the only other definition that we were recommending to possibly add is down in the M's, and that's membrane covered frame structure. And this definition comes from the ORSC. And the reason that we are suggesting to add this was also back to permit exemptions. You may recall there's a 500 square foot exemption in the current code for frame covered. I'm gonna screw this up. Okay, what does it say? I got to open up the current code, sorry, or get to that section. It frame covered non-habitable accessory structures, and we've had a little problem with that terminology and what that means. I think the original intention was, you know, go down to Home Depot or Mart or whatever, and you get little hoop buildings and but we have had all kinds of interesting questions on this, and so trying to clean up because the intention was fabric covered, membrane covered buildings. That was the intention of this original requirement, but nobody knows, we couldn't figure out what a frame covered was. So that's, you'll see there's also a companion change to number 16 that changes it from frame covered to membrane covered, number 16 in R102, R1052. And this was the definition from ORSC. So I'll leave it to the committee.
That looks good to me.
No concerns here.
Looks good to me.
Okay, and again, the chapter.
Actually, I guess one
Go ahead.
clarification, would the weather barrier at the end cause any problems? Because that was how I always visioned, you know, fabrics covered greenhouses and stuff getting built too. So would the weather barrier at the end cause any problems for those, for especially the more rural jurisdictions? It's to block out the sun. It's still weather.
Weather.
And does a yurt fall into this?
Ah, the yurt.
Yes, yes, it does. It's perfect. Shh.
Non-habitable, of course.
Non-habitable.
A playhouse, adult playhouse.
For the purposes of this definition, it's tied to the R1052, which specifically says non-habitable. So, but yes, it would define a yurt, exactly.
Okay.
Good job.
And we could stop it at membrane. I just, again, I stole this directly from ORSC. Definition, that is.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, frame covered sounds a little odd now that I look at it.
We got the question a lot. So some of these
Yeah.
are obviously the genesis of some of these suggestions are stuff that we receive a lot of confusion or questions on and trying to clear it up. And this is one.
Sounds great.
No, sounds awesome.
Okay, thumbs uppies on that one. All right, no change. Good, good, good. All right, that's it for 2 for what we needed to cover that were kind of, that one went back to chapter 1. The rest of any definitions, we'll hit them with the chapters. Good with that? Everybody?
So, no, Eric, so if we have questions about other definitions showing up, is now the time to bring it up, or are you saying we're waiting?
It's at the committee's pleasure. If you want to bring them up now, we certainly can, just like the last two, or if they're tied to a subject matter that we're going to get to later in chapter 5 or somewhere, then we can do it then also. That's how we're going to do the rest of them, but up to the committee.
Well, there's a new definition for townhouse unit that I don't have an issue with, and I know that we're going to be discussing townhouses more in depth in chapter 3, but I wanted to bring up just a request because of things we're seeing now about the definition of the townhouse that has been in place. So is now the time to discuss, or do we want to wait till we're talking all about townhouses? It's a quick ask. But
The definitions are on my list of items to discuss when we do discuss the 302 stuff. So if you want to wait, we can. That was intended as a part of the discussion, the new definitions.
okay, I'm fine with that.
And it looks like we have a Craig with his hand up. There.
Yes, thank you. I was just thinking about the notion of non-habitable relative to the homeless problem. And I would invite you to think about, how does code eliminate innovative and cost-effective approaches to habitat when there's so much need today? I think there's a different twist here that I would like you folks to consider relative to the purpose, the intent, and the consequences of code. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And Craig, could you clarify if are you representing yourself or you're representing somebody, just for the record, please?
Yes, I'm just myself. I'm a grandfather, and I've been a carpenter, a contractor, and a housing development specialist for the state for a while.
Thank you very much, Craig. Okay, so Natalie, you said, we were good on the townhouse part? To wait for the definition? Is that what we decided? Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, anything else on definitions? Might actually get to 3. You want to take a bio break? It's been an hour before I turn you over to Jeremy, because he's got a lot of numbers and stuff to talk about.
Sounds good. We all need coffee. We didn't have a delivery like you did.
So 10, okay, 10 minute, like 10:45?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I did. So, hey, during the break, I looked at ORS 455.310. So it looks like if you guys wanted to, there is statutory authority to put limitations on the patio cover, because the last sentence does say you guys can define the list so the list contains in the section has no item that adversely affects the structural integrity of the dwellings shall be on the list. So you might have path.
Yeah, I think we've looked at that, right, Jeremy?
Yeah, there's been internal debate on interpretation of that.
Yep.
I think we have a lot of flexibility to put some limits on that.
Yeah. Well, looks like it's 10:45. Not to be a taskmaster, but we got a lot to do. Everybody back? What was that? Add a lid? What'd she say? Not add what? I can't remember what was. Adelaide. See, she's not back, or she'd be piping up. I knew it. let's see. Natalie. Okay, well, we'll just get started. I think we are going to, or you got we're streaming again and everything? Okay. We are going to start into chapter 3, and I'll pick it up at 3:02 and start leading you through again. But on the 3:01, we have our team structural engineer, Jeremy Williams. Most or all of you have probably familiar with him and talked to him and gotten his help. So Jeremy is going to walk you through the chapter 3. If Laura, before that I do that, Laura has reloaded chapter 3 on the committee page. So if you refresh your browsers, it should be updated. The latest and greatest chapter 3, or close it and reopen it or whatever. And then I don't think I covered this on the matrix, but as we go down through here on the matrix, you will see like IRC, CH. So you probably figured it out, but I'll go over it real quick. IRC change, so model code change versus ORA, Oregon Amendment, or BCD, something that we're clarifying. So that's on the matrix itself that I'm referring to. Good. Okay, Jeremy, I will turn it over to you and all yours.
Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I'm Jeremy Williams. If as we're going through this, just stop me anytime, interrupt. The first item we're going to hit is in chapter 3. So take a look at your document, chapter 3 document 301.1.3, engineered design. We're going to add this as a matrix item right before the 301.1.4 intermodal shipping containers. So this will be the first topic we're discussing right now. It's 301.1.3 engineered design. And I'm hoping Laura can pull up the 2021 ORSC, because we missed a strikeout of an existing Oregon amendment in that section with the doc, unless has that been updated, Laura?
Yeah, that's the
Okay, perfect. So if you guys take a look at that 301.1.3, that struck language, the last sentence in that section. Just to provide a little background, from the 17 to the 21 ORSC, that proposal came through from the division based on a lot of questions that we've received, inquiries we've received from code officials, engineers, designers that aren't engineers, that are doing calcs on beams, floor beams, roof beams, whatnot. So something to be aware of is that engineered design is not always something that's done by a Oregon licensed engineer. It's designed in accordance with exception engineering practice, but OSBILS does exempt single family dwellings from engineering licensing laws. So a home designer can do beam calcs, floor beam calcs, roof beam calcs. They could really do anything on a residential single family home without an engineering license. But this section 301.1.3 is telling those folks how to comply with the code for these elements that are designed in accordance with exception engineering practice. We added that last sentence last time to make sure that it was clear for a floor beam, a deck beam, whatnot, that you didn't have to go to the building code. The building code, OSSC has higher live load criteria for decks than the residential code. Potentially snow loads are a little different. Potentially some other things are different, other live load conditions. So a designer could use the residential prescriptive criteria, and that was the intent of this section, to point to 3015, 3016, and 3017 for those portions, which is dead loads, live loads, and roof loads in the ORSC. But it created some confusion because folks were wondering if they had to use these paths instead of allowing them to use the building code. So We're recommending rescinding that existing amendment due to questions on the issue. You guys can provide comment or feedback on bringing it back in or changing it or leaving it struck. But right now, as we're showing it, we're going to go back to model code in this section. And then we've added, you'll see that we've added some clarifying requirements in wind and in snow related to this. So I just wanted to open that first one up for comment or discussion. I guess one other thing too to note is that the 2022, the OSBIL's reference manual for building officials is available on the OSBIL's website. We get lots of questions on OSBIL's licensing laws. We don't interpret their rules or their laws. We always point folks to the OSBIL's rules and laws for you guys, for your questions on that matter. And they have a pretty helpful guide for building officials that clarifies some of their requirements.
So I don't think necessarily it matters either way. But I guess if the main confusion is just which do they physically have to use, if the designer / engineer has the opportunity to use either provision, maybe just changing the shall to may. I know from doing our own work in this area, there are certain things you do have to go back to the Resi code for because there isn't an applicable in the structural code, like roof live load. You come back to the Resi code because it specifically says it's not for 1 and 2 family. So I never saw an issue with the provision here because it kind of helped point people in the context of you have a lower standard of care in the Resi code. Use these numbers because that is what's there. For those. So I don't really have an issue either way.
The biggest issue that came up with this was snow loads. So the question came up, okay, we can't use the 20 PSF minimum for the building code. That was the big question that came up out of this regularly because 301.7 does point to roof load, which points to snow load, which points to 36 minimum for ground and 25 PSF minimum for roof. But a designer could use the building code path if they know how to follow ASC 7 and get a roof snow load of less than 25, as long as there's no rain on snow surcharge. So that was the big one. I agree that we could add the leave it as is and put may. I think some of the other questions too, that the original intent was making sure that the res board was aware that there's different criteria that folks could use with the residential code process. And we wanted to make sure that that wasn't a conflict. So we're kind of pushing folks back to these. But just like you said, there's stuff in the res code that's specific to the res code. There's also like wind and seismic lateral design. There is no path through the res code to get to a lateral force resistant system designed in accordance with accepted engineering practice. So any other thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is Rex. This is a little bit off topic, but not really. I can't think of a code section in the residential code that's caused more conflict or been more misapplied than this section right here.
Okay.
And the problem is it says engineered design, which right away says you're doing the practice of engineering, which you can't do unless you're an engineer. So it's almost like we need to create another term here. This is really not engineered design, it's design.
Yeah, and when I first started the division, I was hung up on this as well, but I've been told with the statutes in OSBILs that they do have exempt structures in there. And if a design professional isn't licensed, they can do engineered design for a house, but and that wouldn't be considered the practice of architecture since it is exempt, or engineering since it is exempt.
I understand, but for the the people answering this question every day, like you,
right.
Just something maybe to think about in the future, how to bifurcate engineered designs versus non-engineered designs. Might be a lot of confusion on application of this.
And I would say it also depends on who you talk to at OSBILs on how they apply that, because yes, some simple beam calcs they're okay with, but especially now that you can do lateral design through calculation software and stuff like that, and even more complex beam calcs, I have talked to, sadly, their enforcement side, and they're like, nope, that's practicing engineering and it needs to be done by a licensed design professional.
Is a definition for engineered design an option? Has that been considered?
It hasn't been considered. That sounds like a great idea to
idea.
look at. Yeah.
As Rex again, I was kind of thinking along the same lines, but maybe pointing them to, for the definition of engineering, see the Osbeil's manual, point them directly from this section there.
Just a clarification for Jonathan on your, when you said you talked to enforcement, and they said that was a practice of engineering, I assume that's only for non-exempt structures, right? So they don't weigh in when it's a single family dwelling, for instance, doesn't matter.
No, that was still for a single family structure. They said that because there was calculations involved and to get this, because it was more than just plugging in like a simple span, it was practicing engineering. Engineering is not required, but because they were doing that, it was engineering. That was how their enforcement person took it. I was like, okay. I was like, that's not how we all apply it, just so you know.
Quick comment.
Go ahead.
So back before Jeremy came on years ago, when Osbeil's came out with this new ruling and interpretation of it, was back even when BCD was looking at statutory authority rules, requirements. BCD did have quite a few conversations with them. I had talked with their enforcement section while I was at BCD as well. And they were very clear and explicit to both our PTS section as well as myself down in the field side of BCD, that even residential and small commercial are exempt unless they meet certain requirement, the over 4,000 square feet, 20 feet in height. Even a small office building, if I wanted to do one, it didn't trigger the other triggers in statute. I could do all the calculations and I was good to go. They said the issue was, it's not a case of doing the math, it's a case of whether or not you purport to be. So if I claimed to be, that was when they would hang you. If you were just doing it and you said, no, I'm just Joe homeowner and I can do the math, and you're able to present it, then it was up to the jurisdiction to determine whether or not they were capable of doing the math correctly. And they were very clear about that, both the PTS as well as us. And that was when Steve Judson was in Jeremy's role.
Yeah, and I believe I've asked the question multiple times too, and I think I've heard that legal counsel has weighed in on it even after that as well, with the division. So I don't know if you have more to add on that, Eric.
No.
Okay. So it's kind of it's one of those things where their rules and statutes aren't super clear if you really dig into it. Their reference manual does say exempt structures. Their rules and statutes kind of read it. They read a little differently. They could be interpreted a little differently, and that's why we have struggled with interpreting. We just don't do it anymore. We don't interpret their rules or statutes. So, but yeah, we could look at 30113 more closely, and then at the next follow-up meetings, bring this one back for discussion. If that sounds okay. Everybody?
For my clarification, so we accept beam calcs from designers, but are you saying that they could also do lateral that's not prescriptive?
Yeah, that's what the exempt structure. If it was a single family dwelling, I think it doesn't mention townhouses or two-family dwellings, but I think it mentions specifically single family dwelling. That they could do all of that. So it could be potentially an EIT that is doing it, or somebody that just has gone through some training on how to do these things. And
then how do we, I mean, I guess we as plans examiners would have to be trained of checking that. I mean, I can check beam calcs, but their lateral, I rely on an engineer stamp or an architect stamp, that they're a design professional. That seems a little sketchier.
That's the other one too, is that we've told folks the intent is not to rely on the stamp. You're supposed to go through and confirm it's code compliant beyond the stamp. How you achieve that
Right,
is
so we checked that they are using the right criteria, but
yeah,
as far
yeah.
as their equations and their.
Right. It's a tough one because, all of these codes paths are pointing back to reference standards from the building code. So NDS for wood design, ACI for concrete, ASC 7 for, these are standards that are reviewed on a commercial project. And with engineer design, they're kind of the same process that would be normally thoroughly checked. But it really depends on staffing levels, building department availability, timelines. So this is a tough one. This is a tough topic, to be honest with you.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Just to, not to try to slam the door on this one, but just a reminder that it's not our statute.
Right.
We get stuck answering the question a lot, and we try to kick people to Osbeil's because it's just not ours. We interpret it just like, or we have to look at it and take it on face value just like everybody else. And Jeremy's right. The exemption says single family dwelling, just period. So we looked at that as no duplexes or townhouses, and then we have a statute that says that the building official is supposed to verify certain licenses and certifications, and it lists a bunch of ORSs, but beyond that, that'd be it. And that's what makes it harder for us, because they're so intertwined and we get the question a lot. So, and just also a reminder on the we're not necessarily, we're seeing the chat sometimes when folks are chatting, but it's better if you raise your hand and offer insights, because we're not necessarily monitoring the chat for feedback. So back to you, Jeremy.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. So yeah, we'll based on these discussions and recommendations, I think this could be listed as a pause, Laura, for coming back to later. So next item is 30114, intermodal shipping containers. So in the 2022 OSSC, there was a new section, it's 3114 in the 2022 code, intermodal shipping containers, and it has specific criteria now that allow acceptance for code officials to accept these shipping containers to be repurposed for use as buildings and other structures. So the same path you see right now here in this pink language 30114. The only edit we made is from section 3115 of the IBC to ours is 3114, just due to some renumbering we had to do with the OSSC path. So I'll leave that one open for discussion if there's any comments or concerns with that model code change.
I think it's great to have an actual code path for them now, instead of having to just go seek engineering. Well, what do I need to do? I don't know. Make it not fall off.
Yep. So the past path before this introduction was alternate materials and methods through chapter 1. It was your normal path. Any other thoughts or questions on that one?
Jeremy, from the gallery down here. And actually, this is a question for Ian, BCD Ian. We're doing on, are you there?
Yeah.
Like for something like this, I want to verify on the money stuff. So far, we haven't done anything that was money related. I don't know on something like this. It's kind of an interesting question, because like Jeremy said, before it was just an alternate path. Now there is a path. I'm not sure it's a money thing, but on model code changes, we need to do the money thing as well also. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, just something to keep in mind as you're going through, Jeremy, a reminder. I'll try to remind you on money stuff, but I just wanted to clarify. Thanks, Ian.
No problem.
Yeah, my understanding on that one, it was there would be no difference, no cost increase or decrease on that one, but the committee can weigh in on thoughts on that. Okay. So let's move to section R301.2, the climatic and geographic design criteria section of the code. Table 301.2 is our standard historic climatic and geographic design criteria broken down by counties. And luckily, no big changes this time. We had big changes last time with wind speeds aligning with the ORSC for ASC 716. We had big changes with seismic and snow, site-specific path. We haven't heard really many issues with that big change that occurred from the 17 to the 21. And like I said, luckily, there's no big changes going on this time because it's still ASC 716 is the basis for both the 21 IRC and 21 IBC. So we're still aligned with the ORSC on those wind speeds and snow load path and seismic design criteria and all the other climatic and geographic design criteria in that table 3012. The table name, you'll see that the table numbering did change, and that was a model code changed. I think in the past it was 301.2 parenthetical 1 maybe. So that changed a little bit. So that's an existing Oregon amendment that is being retained. Any concerns or questions on 301.2 general? And then you'll note that we, as an existing Oregon amendment, we delete the weathering probability map that was in the model code, the ultimate design wind speeds map that is in the model code, that is from ASCE 7. We pulled all the, if you remember what we did is we took the ASCE 7 map and pulled out, to keep it in tabular format, the worst case for each county from the ASCE 716 wind speed maps. And then also we have our special wind regions that are based on historic data. Ground snow load maps, we don't have it. We still reference SCAO the same. So those are the existing Oregon amendments that we're recommending, or we're showing as being retained. Any other concerns on those? Okay, Eric, can we jump to the next item, wet use location public proposal number 2?
Yeah, of course. So we're back to Wayne.
Morning, everybody. So this one comes down to, like, if you're dealing with decks or you have a deck with a cover. We all know that if you have a beam tucked up underneath the roof, that's considered a dry location. However, if you start looking at the deck itself, there isn't anywhere that defines a wet location for that framing. If you look through the NDS or even ASC 7, the problem that you come into is when you're sizing that framing member that would be considered wet use, there's a C sub M factor that could add an additional 15% reduction in capacity. So I've had arguments with engineers and designers that are saying, well, there's nowhere that's defined. You should leave that up to the designer. That's our choice. And the more and more I looked, even in the commercial code, it didn't address it. Google searching, it spent an exhaustive amount of time looking for it. So most of the time we assume, okay, wind-driven rain, it's going to come up underneath the porch cover at about a 45 or so. It's going to get those boards wet. The structure, the support structure for the deck would be required to be treated or decay resistant under Chapter 5. So what I did was I went to the commercial code for this proposal, and I kind of stole from the wall surfaces definition. That was the only spot that I could actually find anywhere where it really talked about weather exposure. And I was looking to add, I added an item number 4 to that definition, and I wanted to bring that definition over, so it could impact the ORSC as well. But the item number 4 is for decks and floors without a roof cover or beneath an unenclosed roof area were located a horizontal distance from an open exterior open equal to not less than twice the height of the opening would be considered wet use for the purposes of calculations and decay protection.
Something to note, we have received questions on this, from what I remember, Eric, right? Maybe a handful past year or two.
The, not
Just not the calc, more of like whether or not a PTE or preservative treated is required, whether it's weather exposed, what's considered exposed to the weather.
Yes, yes.
I'll try to start something going. This is Rex. I know this is a real common question. I remember having to address this. One question, maybe Wayne, is this doesn't in any way address geographical location. In other words, in the high desert, may have a different solution than you'd require at a coastal location, a wetter location. Am I getting that right? Or is there something?
No, because the problem is when you look up for the definition of wet use, it is very ambiguous. It just says wet for any period, extended period of time. What is that? It doesn't give any criteria. And so I was looking kind of for a generic definition. If you notice, even in the road code, they don't even have it for wall surfaces being considered wet. It's only in the commercial code, but yet we provide rain drainage for a wall. So we assume the walls are going to get wet, even if they had 3-foot eaves on them. The idea is, well, deck framing should be similar situation for that. Now, this only affects 2x and 3x framing members as far as the calculation purposes. Once you get up to a 4x, the CM no longer plays into it. Most hem fir, if you're using a hem fir, it doesn't really affect that either. It's when you get a lot of designers wanting to use Doug firs and other higher capacity lumbers.
Okay, I think that's good, but my question kind of was, would you apply this to a high desert, where 14 inches of rain a year? I mean, the way it's written here, this criteria would be everywhere within the state, right?
Yes, and again, it was a part of us dealing with pressure treated too. So in Eastern Oregon, are we requiring pressure treated for decks that are exposed, like the pressure treating section requires for preservative treatment for the framing member?
Yes, we are. In Eastern Oregon. Rex, I really appreciate your comments because we would love to have wet locations over here. We're in extreme drought. And I appreciate the code change, and I've worked over in the valley, so I get the rain, but having this in there for Eastern Oregon where we have all this dry high desert, I wouldn't support it as a statewide amendment because of how dry we are. We don't have long-term wetness even in our environment. We'll get all 4 seasons in one day, 15 minutes at a time. And so like there's snow and wind today. So while I appreciate the code change, I really appreciate Rex bringing that up, that this, I don't know, would really apply geographically to us. I don't even know that we get 14 inches of rain a year. It's sometimes less than that on years. So thank you, Rex. And I do appreciate the code change, but yes, we do follow the locations to decay and that are already in the building codes. We already have those in place over here. So this would be a little bit over the top.
No, I just want to clarify too for the committee as you continue to deliberate, because Rex brought that up, that issue is covered in 317, and we have an existing Oregon amendment on the geographical piece where we added documented. So there's an out for exactly what Adlai was talking about for the the 317 piece. And that was one of the things that Jeremy and I were discussing internally, where if this code change was approved, where it would go, because it's really covering two separate items. There's the design piece in 301, but then there's also the 317 piece for decay resistance, and 317 does cover geographical areas. It gives you that out where there's documented history that there's, you know, it's not been an issue, but just wanted to throw that out just for clarification.
Thank you. I would worry about what the documentation would be required for the out, because that's a little vague statement too. So, but thank you.
And go ahead, Jamin.
So yeah, I'm not opposed to clarifying it, and I agree with him that if it's not clear on deck framing, it should be cleared up. I do have concerns on number 1 and number 3. My concern is that there's a lot of very common practice building methods. As I read this, it looks like it may consider, you know, soffitting under a covered porch on number 1 if you don't have at least a 12-inch beam to protect that. Could that be misapplied to, you know, say you can't use an LP soffit material or a pine tongue and groove soffit material, because this might make it seem like that's a wet location up underneath a covered soffit.
And again, for that, all of that was literally, it's copied and pasted right out of the 2019 OSSC, except for item 4. Item 4 is the only thing that I added to it to try and bring that definition over. I couldn't find another spot that really talked about it in existing code to try and match it up with the OSSC.
Okay. And 4 is the one that I have the least concern about. But I do have concerns about 1 and 3. You know, there's a lot of standard practice where you have a cantilever truss to create a small covered porch over an entryway. And so if you say it's a 612 roof with a 16-inch truss tail, you know, from the bottom of your soffit material to the bottom of your gutter is going to be about 10 to 11 inches. But if you specify 12 inches, then technically that soffit would be a wet area and might exclude a lot of building materials from being put on that ceiling.
Wait a minute, Jamin, if you look at that, the charging language, it says it shall be considered wet locations except for the following. And so what that's saying is those fascias and stuff that are tucked up underneath an eave are considered dry. So you wouldn't have that regardless of your length of projection of your soffit. And what we're saying is for all of these are exempt from the wet location piece or wet use as defined in the OSSC. So 1 and 3 wouldn't affect you unless you had, because this primarily was dealing with wall surfaces is where this came out of dealing with a lot of this. And unless you're below that angle from the edge of the projection, anything above that is considered dry. It's when you get below that. So your wall surfaces, your floor framing for decks, that stuff tucked up underneath has always been considered dry.
Okay. And I guess the way I read it was that it would be changing it to unless you had at least 12 inches of beam or other protection, that it would then be considered wet.
No, it's at least 12 inches below such ceiling or roof soffits would be considered wet.
Okay.
You know, I especially given the fact that the ORSC is supposed to be kind of more of a simplified code for the general user more than the structural code. In essence, we don't expect homeowners to necessarily get through the structural code and have a prescriptive path. I do struggle with trying to define this as much as you did, just strictly for the fact that there's plenty of outs that those 4 wouldn't necessarily do in those cases, because if they're fully encased, enclosed with siding and those sorts of things, are no longer wet locations and so on and so forth, where this is basically taking out the actual design discretion. It's basically saying, if it doesn't meet one of these 4, now it's a wet location. All of a sudden, my exterior wall that isn't exempt under 2, I really should be designing my header as a wet location. And I don't think that's your intent, but I think it could get misapplication from us as jurisdictions, because sometimes we do, and then from the users getting confused by how it's written, it could offer some challenges to the end user. So I think it's a good intent, because I struggle quite a bit with especially the designers of, hey, your beam calc looks great, but it says dry location. This is clearly a wet location. Go reanalyze it again. And even engineers at times of, hey, did you take in the incisement factor? Did you do this? Did you do that? So I appreciate the approach. I am concerned that it would actually add more confusion to the few people that actually read 301 too.
Well, if you look at the drain envelope, and the siding is what creates our weather barrier. Anything that's inside of a wall is considered protected. So your siding material may be considered wet and be able to deal with that, just like your hardy plank and stuff talks about, hey, if I'm exposed to weather, you got to paint me and treat me, otherwise it can fall apart. So I think those are already covered. And I think if you look at the other intents, like behind 104, if you start looking at wrapping your columns, like glue lam columns, if they wrap it with a weather barrier, keep the moisture out, then that post is no longer wet because it's to the outside of that membrane. And that's always I've always looked at those as outs under 104. What we're looking at with this is really trying to address is a prescriptive situation where you have Joe Home Designer trying to use Stroop Calc to design their stuff, and they're checking no for wet using Doug fir, and then they're pushing it right up to the limit for sizing capacities. If you add the incising factor and the wet use, it now all of a sudden becomes 20% failure. That's kind of what this was looking for. And then again, it does address the PT requirements and decay as well with this for that aspect.
Again, I appreciate the approach. For me, it's I don't think it's something that is a widely concerning issue. I don't, even for myself, I don't, as a plans examiner, I haven't had many huge debates on a lot of the areas that it's a concern. And then, especially as BCD has mentioned before, we're trying to minimize organ amendments specifically. So I just can't support it at the time. That is one that during plan review, I'm happy to bring up with the designer as I'm doing my review, as Jeremy mentions. That's part of what our obligation is, to meet those criteria. And at that point, it's like, sorry, that's a wet location. You need to, adjust your calculations.
And really, it was a right at sighted issue for that as well. So, okay.
I would have to agree with what's been said already on the geographical area for Central Oregon. Really wouldn't consider this an issue for us, but I can understand in the valley or wet areas where you might have an issue.
Especially when, if you're concerned that it's a right at sighted issue, I think the concept could be there, and you could, take out the exempt areas and just more basically take out your except as following, and when they are set up in a wet location as approved by the building official, and then that leaves it more loose, gives you a tag line for what's there. It helps with our geographical concerns that we've expressed, those sorts of things.
I would be absolutely fantastic with that. Like I said, the problem I run into is arguing with engineers. Some have gotten pretty snotty about it. And so I was just looking, and like I said, I went for the right sided piece so I could give it back to them. And there was just no way to get there. the concept that I've heard again and again is if I got a roof over it, well, rain falls straight down.
Yeah,
Sideways. So it's like, oh, and I didn't think about a statewide, an issue like Eastern Oregon not having any rain. I was just looking at it as the concept of, simple doing the mathematics part of it, of addressing that. And I mean, so if there's an out for the eastern side, great, got no issue with that. But again, it was just looking at being able to have that discussion with some of the engineers and architects.
thank you, Wayne. I appreciate the effort to get something that's defined because this question always comes up. But like what Jonathan had pointed out, I am worried that the exemptions or the exceptions would be really misinterpreted and limited. And so I appreciate Jonathan's suggestion about referring it back to the building official when in question, right?
So is there a path to go ahead and maybe rewrite that piece to add the section that just says, look, what locations as predetermined by the BO or something along those lines, as Jonathan suggested, to actually give that path to help address it?
Yeah, I would support that. There is a path. I would just, if you're open to a friendly amendment, I would just after wet locations, but as approved by the building official and just remove everything else. And then I would go ahead and support that. That's an amendment.
I'm absolutely welcome to that. Again, when I was submitting this stuff, it was kind of a placeholder to start the discussion and a basic concept, expecting that there probably would be changes suggested by the board. So
This is Rex again, some dead air, so I'll think. Conceptually, I'm fine with that, Wayne. Don't we already have that in chapter 1 as an option though? It's just, I mean, the building official can, like I said, when I was in that position, I wrote lots of little handouts and stuff that address things like this that were, maybe applicable to where I was at versus Bend. And that was how our staff, made these kind of daily decisions. I don't have a problem with the friendly amendment either, but I just don't know if it's adding something that's already existing in the code.
This one was kind of a little bit outside that one because there really isn't anywhere for me to grab a direction for this. For the right, like I said, it was some pretty in-depth arguments that were being made. And so this had talks with a couple people, and this was kind of the concept piece to at least get something in for the right side. Says, look, use the design, we're saying what is considered a wet, and that can be geographically, jurisdiction to jurisdictionally different, even based on which side of the home it's on. I know in some cases, north side doesn't tend to have as much of an issue as the south side does. So I was looking for some kind of a path to help us get there to kind of end some of the arguments and help clarify for most of these situations.
So Wayne, one path that you already have is just use the R30113. That's the one we use for that type of discussion, because if it's not prescriptive out of our code, it goes to the building code, which then you have the clear path for. So
the building code doesn't even get me there for the floor systems for what underneath the deck, underneath the roof projection. Because if you go all the way into the NDS and you start diving deep into NDS ASC 7, you start looking even American Wood Council or American Plywood Association doesn't even address or define what that would be considered when you have a roof projection. It gets.
Oh, but you still have the as the building department, the building official, and your delegation, you still have the authority to define what is wet service. NDS already captures, that it has to be wet service location You just are defining that, so you're making that interpretation. So you have the path. This is, I think, with the friendly amendment, it gives you a very clear, direct path to do it. So I'd support that, but you already have the tool there. It's just an interpretation of what the standard says you have to do.
I do not think the change is necessary, but if I could see the friendly amendment that is being proposed, Jonathan, you said it, but too quick for my ears. That's probably okay, but I don't know that I think it's necessary to add more language into the code.
From a division standpoint, I will throw out this piece, so that by making that friendly amendment and the code changes specific to R3012, that would apparently eliminate the application to the decay piece, which is covered in 317 anyway, and then that would limit it to design. So that would help alleviate that issue by removing the items 1 through 4. And the only other thing I see there, and this is what we attempted to fix in 317, and I see it happening again, and Jeremy, you can chime in here, with that term exposed to the weather being undefined, and then with no parameters. I know as approved by the building official, I think Jonathan is what you're saying, so that leaves that up to the discretion. We did try to address, because it was so all over the board in 317, that's why we added documented in there. And the intent of that language is a documented experience of failure, not just because it rains here, is kind of what that meant in the 317. So it creates the same scenario that was in 317, just as a warning. And the only reason I bring this up is because we get the questions most often about what that means and what's the intent. And so maybe putting just a suggestion, it might be helpful to put some parameters on what exposed to the weather means, because it's going to be an issue, and it has been already for 317 purposes.
Yeah, and that's why, frankly, I agree. I don't necessarily think this is needed, minus a clear code path if Wayne and other jurisdictions are seeing issues with that. Because I agree, because I think the intent of it's not just it gets wet, it's the serviceability of it being wet, the duration it's wet, how long it's wet, how long it takes to dry, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot more than a code provision can capture.
And to what Eric was saying, the actual definition in the OSSC is actually weather exposed surfaces. And so that was the definition I stole. I changed the name of it to wet use location, but the actual OSSC definition is weather exposed surfaces.
Okay. Correct. And that's OSSC, right, Wayne? Not ORSC, right? So we probably
correct.
That's kind of what I was referring to, is maybe put some parameters on. If the committee went forward with it, it might be helpful. That was a suggestion there. So
I can easily pop it up if you wanted.
I was just going to mention, we did reach out to ACC senior engineering staff on this question about the IRC, because we saw that definition did exist in the IBC, and asked if it would apply the same way for the IRC. They said they didn't know for sure, but typically yes. I think, just hearing from what Rex stated and Jonathan, the idea is for some flexibility for local discretion authority to deal with this. One thing to note is if there's not a clear cited path, typically it would be a recommend you apply a wet service factor for design of a beam. Usually they wouldn't complain about that, the design professional, but they have their own engineering stamp or whatever to interpret the NDS. What does it mean, prolonged exposure to wet conditions and moisture content? So I guess that's just another thought too, is that there is some room for interpretation there. Also, Wayne, if you wanted to contact AWC, American Wood Council, and kind of describe the scenarios, the conditions, get more of a formal feedback from, because that's what's driving all of this, is the design parameter wet use factor.
Yeah, correct. And again, it's more, I'm seeing engineers want to use Doug fir on a regular basis rather than hem fir when they're calcing it out, and it comes up as an issue.
So
Does-
a little dead air there. So
Does the committee want to have Wayne bring back something at a later date, or?
I think that sounds good. I don't think we're ready to approve or shut down what's been proposed today.
Okay, I can do that. I can work on that. Are you thinking more along the lines of what American Wood Council would be thinking, or a simplified one similar to what Jonathan was talking about, just to kind of give some clarity of that rather than having the issue like Jeremy was saying, where you could only recommend it, you couldn't necessarily require it because you really couldn't get there.
I think, like Eric had mentioned, with some parameters, because just doing a quick web search, it seems the intent is where it's going to have a prolonged exposure to 19% or more moisture content. So if we can figure out a way to have that type of parameter spelled out, that would help.
Yeah, and that's the piece I had a hard time finding when I was looking. I mean, I went through it for probably about 2 days down that rabbit hole. I just was having a hard time actually finding what that was defined as. So, okay, I will work on putting something together.
I know, Wayne, American Wood Council, you can go on their website and submit a inquiry question, just on the general technical inquiries. And you could submit that question, get a more of a formal response from them.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
okay, so that was just for clarification and for Laura, making sure she cut. So that's kind of a put on hold, or it was a no to the proposal as submitted?
It was on hold with him bringing back potentially a better language.
Tabled. Okay, thank you. Jeremy, all you.
Great, thanks. So we are in section 301.2.1 wind design criteria. So this is from past iterations, the strikeouts of ultimate and using it as basic. This is the concept that's been in 2 cycles of the IBC. There's no more term ultimate wind speed. It's basic design wind speed. The model IRC, the last cycle and this cycle still uses ultimate. So they are not aligned with the terminology, but anyway, just be aware we everywhere throughout our code, we're eliminating that confusion because we want consistency and alignment between our OSSC and ORSC terminology for wind design. So we have in the bottom there, well, let's look at the first IRC change there. Metal roof shingles shall be designed for wind speeds in accordance with section R 905.4.4. So this is a component and cladding wind criteria. It's just a new model IRC that points to this. It's actually a new section that we'll get to when we get to chapter 9. Making sure that you comply with an ASTM standard for testing for these products. Then the next section in pink there, where design speeds are less than the lowest speed indicated in the prescriptive provisions of this code, the lowest speed indicated in the prescriptive provisions of this code shall be used. That's just stating anywhere you have a table and it says, say, 110, and you're at 94, you have to use the 110. You can't extrapolate to a lower wind speed somehow. And then that last blue section underlined, where the building code is used for the design of the building or structure, wind loads shall be determined in accordance with section 1609 of the building code. So that was a friendly amendment to point the user to the building code's wind section specifically for a clean sited path where it's the lateral force resisting system is being designed in accordance with exception sharing practice. There is no path to come up with wind loads through the prescriptive recipe because it's all baked in 60210. Any questions or concerns there or recommendations for improvement of the Oregon amendment there? Or even if it's needed?
I'm good with it. This is Rex.
Okay.
Hey, Jeremy,
Yeah.
when we discussed, I'm trying to keep up with the
Matrix or something else?
yeah, Laura's good. So like on this one, we're on R301.2.1, but then we had three sub kind of three lines in there. We had to discuss taking those one at a time correct? I mean,
Yeah, I'm going to jump into special wind region map and discuss it here in a second.
okay, exactly. So we need to
Yep.
get like a consensus in each one of those rows, correct, Laura? Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm just looking for consensus on this BCD amendment under that row, sub row, or I guess the row under 30121, the first BCD amendment that's new, and to retain the existing Oregon amendment. I guess there's also IRC change in this section too that's not noted on the matrix. No cost increase or decrease, all clarifications.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thumbs up on moving on to the next row, special wind region. Okay. Special wind region map. We've had this same map from the last cycle. It's from ASC 710 wind maps. So no change there. We have this map for the user to eyeball. You can eyeball whether or not you're in the special wind region. And then we have the longstanding note there that says when you're on the border, you got to go to the ATC hazards by location tool. So no change there. Retain existing amendment. Unless anybody has any suggestions or needs to point out any problems with that. No, going forward. Okay. Component and cladding loads. This was brought, so this IRC tables, we brought it in from the 17 to the 21 ORSC. So that was new for the 21 ORSC, the component and cladding loads. There was still some references that the IRC was referencing some ASC 710 loading diagrams and the actual component and cladding pressures. Those have all been adjusted at the model code level. So this is an IRC change that you'll see in those tables, 301.2.1 parenthetical 2 and figure 301.2.1 to align with the how ASC 716 applies these. So those are updates. They do increase pressures in certain spots and they do change the zones, tighten up the zones a bit. So you'll see in chapter 6 for nail fastening of sheathing, you'll see in chapter 9 roofing attachments that they have some footnotes and whatnot that talk about some of these updated loading. So there is a cost increase with these updates and alignments with ASC 716 from past codes, but it's the general alignment from ASC 716. The committee could recommend not updating, but that would be going backwards back to ASC 710 for the wind speed component and cladding. And remember, these are not for the general main force wind resisting system, section 60210. This is for component and cladding only. More of a manufacturer, doors, windows, roofing, and I guess sheathing attachment too for uplift. Any concerns with that IRC change? component cladding. And we also, Oregon amendment, we struck the wind speeds that exceed our Oregon max. Just for convenience and to reduce the amount of unnecessary information on the page.
I'm okay with the change to keep current, and likely the manufacturers are already adjusting their installation instructions to align with the current standards.
Right. Thank you. So thumbs up to move on. Great, thanks. 301-211, wind limitations and design required. This is existing Oregon amendment. No plans to change this. This is model code specifically addressing hurricane prone regions and areas where wind speeds exceed 140 or equal or exceed 140. We don't have this in Oregon, so it's not applicable. So retaining that, assuming we would retain that existing strikeout. If there's any discussions on that, move on to the next one. Okay. Same with protection of openings in windborne debris region in 301-212. Existing Oregon amendment, we strike all of that because windborne debris regions are considered hurricane prone regions by definition. So we don't qualify in Oregon for that. That's all struck. Existing Oregon amendment to be retained. 301-213, wind speed conversions, existing Oregon amendment to renumber and replace with Oregon specific for our wind speeds, just to make it easier. So no change there. We're aligning with model code just with our Oregon twist to make it easier for users. And that's just going from ASD to basic design. Did you have a question, Elizabeth? Okay. Any thoughts, concerns on that? No. 301-215, topographic wind effects. So this one, under the last code cycle, we took recommended or for discussion, it was discussed and deemed, I guess I would say, excessive or too subjective, too complex for the res code process. This is addressing sites on escarpments, hills, bluffs, whatnot, where the winds speed up, and that's all addressed in ASC 716, but it's it's difficult to enforce. The model code assumes that the local jurisdiction comes up and decides whether or not they're in this or they want to apply this. So I guess the committee could recommend to give local discretion for a building official to allow enforcement of topographic wind effects, but currently statewide we have struck it from the last code cycle, and it's still showing as retaining that existing amendment to strike it. Any questions or thoughts on that one? Thumbs up to move on. Okay. Seismic design. So like I said, no changes. The seismic design maps, everything's the same. It's all from ASC 716 USGS. Just be aware, ASC 722 is out. Things are changing in the future, but we don't need to talk about that right now. So same as before, current path, same map. It's based on ASC 716's risk category 2 structures, assuming a soil site class of D default. That's kind of the standard path for residential seismic. So we'll retain that map and path. Unless there's any questions or concerns on that seismic section. 301.2.2 weight of materials. This one is a long-standing amendment. Maximum roof dead load from 10 to 15. No change there. 301.226 irregular buildings. We added those commentary figures. It seems to have helped reduce the number of questions we get on 301.226 irregular buildings. Hopefully that has been helpful for code officials. There's a new item, IRC change, that you can see in the matrix there. Hillside light frame construction. Irregular building limitations now include hillside light frame construction. So let me get there real quick. So what's going on here is when you have sloping sites and you have short cripple walls. So the foundation stepping down, and then you have short cripple wall, and then a little taller cripple wall. Then you get up to like say 7 to 8 to 9 foot cripple walls out at the ends where it's wrapping around. You get torsional effects on the floor diaphragm. The stiffness of those baby walls versus the taller walls is different. So there's rigidity differences. And so the structure behavior is not known with respect to how much load we should be applying to wall lines. So 60210 doesn't work for that scenario very well. So they've added this trigger to say, hey, you can't do 60210 prescriptive lateral path when you exceed certain parameters here on hillside light frame construction. So I'll let the committee talk about that one. So it looks like, yeah, it's grade slope exceeds 1 unit in 5 horizontal. Tallest cripple wall exceeds 7 feet. So you have to be at least 7 feet on the cripple wall. So anything under that, you wouldn't trigger this. 50%, less than 50% having interior wall finishes. So I guess any thoughts, concerns on this one? We were unsure if the home builders has looked at this or not, as far as this is going to be a cost increase, because you could have done no engineering for hillside, but you could do prescriptive all day long on hillsides with exceeding these thresholds.
So Jeremy, would this only be applying to stepped plywood diaphragms in the wall height? So if I ran concrete foundation out until I hit my daylight basement height wall of 8 feet, and then I just did a single step and then continued in wood framing, would that still be the same scenario that you'd be envisioning this, or you only look at the ones that are stepped, that just step their crawl spaces going down?
Well, the 7 foot cripple wall height item 8.2 would have to be triggered. Is that being triggered in your scenario? But yeah, no, normally if you did all concrete foundation wall around, no stepping of concrete foundation walls, you wouldn't have your cripple walls exceeding 7 feet. But are you saying tall concrete walls on 2 sides and then 8 foot, 9 foot tall cripple walls on the one side?
So I'm saying you're running concrete out that could be 8 foot tall,
Mhm.
then all of a sudden it steps, and then you have 8 feet of wood wall running to the corner, running down the length of the building, and potentially back up the other side to kind of get around the engineering concept. So they could pour a section of it of taller concrete, then switch to wood for the continuation of that wall, as long as it was all the same height wall diaphragm.
It would be a local alternate approval process, because there's no way to get around this exceeding 7 feet cripple wall per this. You'd have to rewrite this code section to address that scenario, or allow it as an alternate path. The basic is driven on standard construction practice, yeah, of stepping concrete foundation walls and having varying heights of cripple walls, sheathed cripple walls.
Jeremy, do you foresee a fiscal impact of this trigger language?
Yeah, this will increase. This will add engineering costs for some structures. I'm guessing. What would you guys say, committee? $2,000 per house that gets triggered by these things, maybe.
Could be more. Can you go into how the exception to 8 works? Because it appears to Wayne's question that exception to 8 may actually allow it not to have to be engineered.
So that's all sides. So all 3 sides would have to be full height concrete, from my understanding. And so the assumption is that the diaphragm is fully braced by concrete walls. So the lateral force resisting system is concrete shear walls instead of wood framed cripple walls. So yeah, light frame construction in which the lowest framed floor is supported directly on concrete or masonry walls over the full length of all sides except the downhill side of the dwelling need not be considered an irregular dwelling. Except the downhill side of the dwelling need not be considered.
So as long as down the sidewalls, you ran concrete all the way out to the corners, and then you could run wood across the face, that's what that's allowing for. My question was in some cases where they could actually run wood back up the sides, 8 feet or 10 feet or whatever for that scenario, because we know the concrete's going to pick that up more so than the wood because it's full height, was kind of that thought process.
Yeah, the only thought there though is like the wood isn't gonna take any load if you have that long of a full height concrete wall. So then it's just kind of this weird irregular scenario. And then you guys would probably be trying to apply wood braced wall line for that portion of wall along the side that you're talking about, where it doesn't make any sense to. Let me just double check that exception in the figure from the IRC SIG change book. No, we don't. Yeah, it's those full sides they're showing. So the back, the one end wall could all be wood framed, and then there's 2 sides walls full height concrete or masonry. So yeah, Wayne, your thought there, they would not be able to do that prescriptively for this language. Does that make sense, Jonathan? That the 2 sides?
Yeah.
Yep. Good. And so the idea there is it's a 3-sided diaphragm resisted by concrete walls on 3 sides, not there'd be no wood sheathed walls resisting any lateral forces. Rex from Home Builders or anybody else have thoughts on this one?
Still trying to process, but I was wondering, I don't know if Jamie, if you're following this, you're a builder. Obviously, it could potentially be extra design cost, engineer design, as we discussed before, whether it's an engineer or not engineer.
Right. You said it would trigger it if you had a pony wall over 7 feet.
Correct. At the tallest end, yeah.
Okay. Which just speaking from what we do at Highline, that wouldn't affect us. We try and avoid very tall basements or walkout basements to begin with. And if we have a 2-foot stem wall and we can go up to 7 feet on that, you got a 9-foot tall basement. I don't see a scenario where we would go over that. And I think that would cover most hillside construction or walkout basements for most builders. But you're saying as long as it's not over a 7-foot pony wall on the side of the structure, we could continue to step our footings and stem walls prescriptively as we have in the past.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, Jim, y'all stuff inherently is fully engineered, because if you have engineered above, which I don't think I've ever seen one of y'all's come through that was not, everything down to the concrete would have to be engineered. So if you had a stepped foundation system like that and you had shear up above, those pony walls are already part of your engineered package. So for y'all, it wouldn't necessarily trigger, but for general contractors, it might, that are trying to go prescriptive.
Yeah, it would probably affect other builders more than us because we have a design department with 3 full-time engineers and a dozen draftsmen. So all of our homes are engineered anyway. But I could see where this would definitely add cost for other builders that don't have that in-house capability.
Yeah, so I like the part where we're aligning with the national code, but we are adding something completely new for Oregon. Has it been a problem? Are we adding cost? Are we solving a problem that doesn't exist right now? Because that's where I'm stuck. I'm sort of leaning no, because not aware if this is a problem right now.
Yeah, it's just not we haven't experienced a design level event, so it's all based on research and testing for design level seismic loading scenarios.
I'm going to be voting no on it unless there's some new evidence that comes out here shortly.
Yeah, I would vote no as well, just because of the added cost. I do see one thing that may just be something that hasn't been updated in R 301-226.
Oh.
It lists the design categories, but it does not list design category E, which to me would be the design, the zone that it would be the biggest concern.
So E can't be, you can't use prescriptive design in E. So
Okay.
E is already kicked out earlier
Okay.
in the section.
All right, thank you.
And just something to be aware, if somebody is in E, because there are E's in Southern Oregon, Western side, Coos County areas, and also Lincoln County, you can reclassify to D2 per that section in the code. And then once you're in D2, then all this stuff would apply. And that's not new. That's from the last code cycle.
Okay.
So we've got, does everybody want to just kind of thumbs up or thumbs down on this one so we can get it on the matrix? Or more discussion? Okay, on the count of three, everybody thumb up or thumb down on this item for hillside structure triggering irregularities. What do you guys think? Okay. Jamin, down.
I got 2 down. Nobody, 3 down.
What's this down?
Elizabeth is in. Edley, 4 down.
Okay, and something to note is if it doesn't get pulled into this code cycle, it'll, you know, it would get discussed at the next code cycle. If it becomes more of an issue or whatever, then we would look at the existing amendment to see whether we're retaining striking this model code section or not. So it will get looked at in the future, just like we're doing now with everything else. I don't know, Eric, you got a track on the count?
There's a 5. Jonathan jumped in. So I think that's, I don't even remember the number. What's our total number? That's a majority. All right. So that one's dead.
I think it's majority. I'm not picturing too many of these that we see that are prescriptive.
That'd be
So
pretty rare. Yep.
Yeah, most of ours are engineered too. And especially since we'll be changing to ASC 7 next time around anyway, we can see how that all impacts all of it. So
I know you voted, but a comment to that. We do see them even as a prescriptive where they get up to that 7 foot or whatever because of the length of the house. But the reality is under the 301.1 load path, the strapping to tie that back into the foundation and help tie that diaphragm together can become that different step. So that we use now when we see that sort of situation.
Sounds good. So you still have a path to deal with those situations.
Sorry. Looks like lunchtime, Jeremy.
Oh, great.
Start a new one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Up to the committee on timing.
I don't know what the normal is. Half hour, 45 minutes, an hour.
An hour. What do you want, committee? It's up to you.
How are we doing on our matrix?
Just getting started.
I can run a little faster and we can come up with a different way to kind of handle this if you want. If you guys feel like I'm going too slow.
We can talk about that too, because one of the things I was thinking is, you know, the basis for this is the existing Oregon code is the code.
Yeah.
So existing Oregon amendments are code. So, you know, we could bypass a lot of Oregon amendments, assuming that the committee has reviewed those until we get one that somebody wants to talk about or has a proposal. That could speed things along a little bit.
Yep. I'll do that next time. Yeah, just chime in, just speak up if you got a question or concern on an existing Oregon amendment, and we'll roll through those.
I like that approach.
Me too.
Good with that. How about 45 minutes?
45.
So
12:50.
I'm getting 12:50. We start again. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everybody. So we finished irregular buildings. We're now on the matrix item section 301-2210. which is anchorage of water heaters. So if you go to that section of the code, 301.22.10, we strike the model code here. So this model code is new to the 21 IRC. Something to note is that in the 18 IRC, this didn't exist, but in the mechanical section, chapter 13, it did exist, and we struck it in the last code cycle, and we basically aligned with our plumbing code in the last code cycle, and now we're recommending doing the same thing here. So this language states, instead of saying in seismic design categories D0 through D2, and in townhouses in C, water heaters and thermal storage units shall be anchored against movement and overturning in accordance with M13072 or P28.1.8. And we state water heaters shall be anchored or strapped to resist horizontal displacement due to earthquake motion in accordance with the plumbing code. The plumbing code uses that terminology, anchored or strapped, because it doesn't have, they don't have to require strapping. They allow other anchoring. But anyway, we coordinated with our plumbing code program team, and this is what we came with. Is there any committee discussion on this item? Thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay. And we try to do that with all of our other code programs, electrical and plumbing, to make sure we have alignment with those code programs. Next code section, 301.23 ground snow load. No change here from the last code cycle. So it's site-specific ground snow load determination with this SEO snow load tool, except for this last portion in 301.231 is a BCD staff recommendation here that's new. And it's to clarify that a design professional could go to the building code and do a roof snow load calculation to get below the 25 here. So that last sentence states the minimum roof snow load for engineered design is 25 PSF. That's really to apply to roof trusses, that consistent with section R80210, which already states that for engineered roof trusses, they're supposed to use 0.7 times ground. So 0.7 times 36 is 25. So that's consistent with where we were at. But if somebody did want to do an engineered beam or framing system, unless the committee has any objection, our thought is that the as was allowed per past code cycles, that they could design professional could use the building code path, which would be a ASC 7 roof snow load calculation. Any concerns with this new proposed language for clarity?
So you're saying for trusses, they still would need to be the minimum 25?
Yeah, so in section 8.010, it says you shall use 0.7 times ground snow load for engineered trusses. Engineered truss manufacturers never do a site-specific roof snow load calculation that I'm aware of. If they wanted to, they could use this path to go through the calculation and design those roof trusses for 20 or 22.
Okay, so if the engineer had already reduced it down using the building code, then they could use that number that the engineer gave them. Okay.
Yep. Any other questions on that one? No concerns. Okay, moving on to we're going to skip the 302.33 on the matrix and get back to that in that section. We're going to 301.3, model code change for story height. So this one clarifies that the maximum story height for wood wall framing is 13 foot 7 inches when the exception requirements are met. So in 301.3, we are still 11 foot 7 is the standard for wood framing. And then this new model code exception lets you go up to 13 foot 7 as long as your max stud clear height doesn't exceed 12 feet. And the studs are in compliance with 602.3.1, exception 2 or 3 of section 602.3.1, or an engineer design is provided. And the wall bracing is compliant with 602.10. So it's just this would help with a sighted path also for weird scenarios like garages that are taller than the 11'7" in the past, or other story height issues that you come up with. So any concerns with this new IRC model code change? This would not add cost or change costs that I'm aware of.
Actually may reduce costs. We've had a
Yep.
couple that we've had to send to engineering because of they just exceeded that 11'7" in the garage.
Yep. Yeah, garage has been a question we've had in a while, and ICC engineering staff have been like, yeah, it's not a big deal, but we're like, well, we use a cited right path in Oregon, so it is kind of a big deal when folks are enforcing it a certain way.
So does this limit then, we've allowed them to have a taller like garage wall if they raise the stem wall up, and the wood framing is still,
yeah, so you're meeting wall heights there, but then your story height is from the slab to the, and so you regularly you're exceeding that 11'7" in a lot of instances where you have a few steps up into the house from the garage. So there's a lot of instances where folks are exceeding that 11'7" right now in garages. This will help alleviate that. But yeah, that is a common practice to raise the stem wall to make sure that they don't exceed the wall height limits. But that doesn't affect story height.
oh, it doesn't. I'm a little confused. Okay.
So story height by definition is from finished floor to the top of the rafter. And so it's from finished floor, not so what you were talking about is going to change just the exterior stud wall height by measurement, which is
So you're saying this would not limit, they still could have I mean, we've allowed up to even like a 3 or 4 foot stem wall and then a framed wall. This doesn't limit that.
No, right.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep. Okay. So no other questions on that one. Let me just double check here. Live load. So we're into 301.5. So in 301.5, we have a existing Oregon amendment replacing footnote A, but then you'll also see some clarifications that were added in model code here in pink. So they actually aligned with what we did on the last code cycle. We added concentrated load and uniform load, so they've done that. So they've cleaned that up so that you'll see all that here in the pink here for the loading table 301.5. And then also, yeah, some of the, so we reached under the last code cycle to grab some of these provisions that you're now seeing in pink. So no change there. And I think that's it for my sections. I think I'm turning it over to Eric now, unless any other questions on the points I talked about. 3021 exterior walls.
Nothing. Okay, so we'll dive into 302. Next one is 302.1. And so like we talked about a little bit before lunch, we're gonna just briefly, we'll blow by some of these Oregon amendments that are really obvious or longstanding. If there's something we do blow by and somebody wants to talk about it, just raise your hand or speak up. Some of the bigger ones or more important ones we'll probably still touch on to make sure they're still valid, but we'll start with 302.1. This one's this one's one of the bigger ones. It's got a bunch of Oregon amendments to it, but none of them are new. The newest one would be that first bullet where we added some language last go around to deal with multiple dwellings on a single lot. Just grabbing the assumed FSD from the structural code, that concept. So that was new last round, not new now. The rest of this is existing stuff, footnotes for deck projections, changing the table from 5 to 3, longstanding Oregon amendment, deleting the second table, those sort of things.
Can I have a question. The exceptions to 302.1, the new language, other than patios, porches, or deck covers?
Yeah.
Confused why that was added.
So that goes back with, remember when this morning when we were in 105 and the permit exemptions? So that's tied to that as well. And that's to clarify that they don't get that exception if they're within 3 feet of the property line. We added within 3 feet of the property line back in 105. This was specifically for the exempt ones. So yeah, there was quite a few pieces to clean that up. That was one of them.
So I guess for clarification, the other one would be more attached style in most cases. So for detached, we're thinking because there are still basically outdoor living spaces, they need the 3-foot protection.
Well, the 3-foot protection has been in the again, specific to the permit exemptions. It was always in the permit exemptions. It was just, it wasn't specifically, it was in 10 and not 6. And we clarified that applies to both porch, deck, and patio covers, and then also the decks. So if that's what you were asking.
I guess, I don't know, it's confusing me, and I guess I still need to get caught up to what we spoke of earlier in chapter 1, so.
I guess the concept makes sense because it's basically saying all other permit exempt detached accessory structures can be right on the property line from a fire code perspective, fire resistance perspective, but the patio covers, porches, and decks need to have some protection since we do consider them outdoor living spaces.
Correct.
Yep.
That was the intent, was to capture that they don't have the exemption within 3 feet from the protections based on property line.
Thanks. Wayne has a hand up.
Sorry, I missed when y'all jumped past the piece that I had. I think the issue that I was going to bring up dealing with duplex separation kind of speaks to this because mine really lended itself towards the new middle housing legislation that went through and how planning's looking at some of this. So I don't know if some of that thought process would play into it at all.
So we'll hit yours in a couple more sections. We just moved it. Laura had it in the wrong spot on the matrix, so we didn't skip it. We just pushed it up to 30233, Wayne. So didn't want
Okay.
we bypassed you.
Yep, nope, not a problem.
We're coming back to that. But if there's a better way to try to capture this, I think trying to convey, I think Jonathan grabbed what we were after. We had answered the question a couple of times and there was some inadvertent misapplication because of the language between 610, the exemptions in number 6 and 10 and 105.2. And then we realized that we needed to adjust 3. So if we didn't capture it right, definitely this is the time to get it.
Eric, I like the language for us that have a lot of manufactured home parks as well. Those decks are detached, but in a lot of the old ones you go into, you don't actually see a separation anywhere. It's just building from one end to the other where they've had enclosed and closed and closed. And so I like this change that you've proposed.
Can I share a slide to where this may come into play, specifically dealing with these porch covers, patio covers, as it pertains to this middle housing, when they can come back later and divide it and do whatever they want? So when you're talking about the porch and patio covers, this is one of those things where you're going to see it where, granted, this comes from planning. They may have porches and stuff, but then they're later going to drop a property line between. So now all of a sudden you have no fire protection running from porch cover to porch cover between structures, even though you're dealing with that lot line separation if we go right up against it or whatever. So I don't know if this changes some of that thought process or not for this particular configuration.
But I think those are two separate things because we're talking about detached accessory structures, not attached breezeways and patio covers at this moment.
Right.
Okay.
Middle housing doesn't, just for the record, doesn't get an out. They have to follow building codes. That was one of the things that was built into the bill was it's not like they can just throw up a property line and ignore that they created an infringement on the property line or on the FSD or the property line either way. So, but anyway, okay, we can get to that in a minute. So back to, let's see if we can wrap up 3021.
Trying to figure out how to stop sharing. I apologize. Oh, there we go.
I like the changes those BCD's proposing.
Yeah, let's move on. Thank you.
Okay, so 3021's good, bunch of existing Oregon amendments, then that new language. Okay. Yeah, this next one's going to be a big one. Hold on to your hats. So the division is recommending that we basically gut the 3022 townhouse provisions, the deemed to comply Oregon townhouse provisions that have been around since way back when I was on the board as a fire fella. Started out in the structural code as row houses and Appendix O and finally made its way all the way to here. And so what the recommendation is in a nutshell is to go with the model code, 30 model code townhouse provisions. And then which will include those definitions that I think Natalie brought up earlier, but and Tony and I went line by line, point by point through this to make sure that nothing was lost or missed or and there's really not. That's part of the reason that we're making the recommendation. And the other part of the reason is there's a lot missing in the townhouse provisions. And it's ironic that after we made this proposal or decided to make this proposal, a couple of times recently, we've had questions about how to do certain things. The intent of the townhouse provisions was a deemed to comply prescriptive method. Just follow this, follow these pictures. And there are areas within those diagrams where the code points to a diagram and says, you can do it like this for a modified firewall, but there's a lot of missing details. There's little things like staggering the base layer on the seams. What length of screws are you using? There's just a lot of details about a firewall that are not included. And the only pointer to a listed firewall is other. So you have 4 options in the current townhouse. It's do one of these 3 things, which are all go to the figures, or you could do something else, which would get you there. So it's been very problematic. It's in my 5 years of being here, I can't tell you the number of times I've had to answer questions and try to explain things like where we came up with a 4x6 not nominal stair stringer behind that doesn't exist. And there is just, I could go on for days of the difficulties. So that's the reason that the division is recommending. Now, the model code, model IRC is very similar. It addresses structurally independent, dependent, addresses, common walls versus non-common walls. It addresses penetrations. Similarly, it addresses all of the things that we need to address, parapets and stuff. So as a part of this recommendation, what the division was recommending is taking the existing townhouse provisions and putting them into a SAM, a statewide alternate method. So it's still an option for at least one cycle as folks, if the committee decides to go this way, make the transition. And so that's it, kind of in a nutshell. And then I see Natalie's already confused you.
Not confused. I appreciate hearing how much thought has gone into this, and I do support getting on the same page, like moving away from our specific Oregon path.
I just want more time to look at it, honestly, like not getting this until last night. Not that I don't trust that everything was looked very carefully. We're using this, especially since middle housing passed, like using this so much, and it does work very well. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but we figure it out very well in Portland, you know, all sorts of issues around it. And so it would be nice to, I don't know, be able to postpone to have time to read it more carefully. That's my general ask, I guess.
Absolutely. I mean, not that, to me, that's not a problem at all. And we can table this one. I'm sure there'll be additional discussion that may also warrant some other thought, but absolutely, it is a big one, and it would be good in case we miss something. You know, you think there's something missing too if we do go that direction. So I agree. That's not a problem. Jonathan, did you have a?
Yeah, so looking at it again, I know for the 2021 code, we brought back provisions about not crossing the imaginary real property line with utilities and all that stuff, which was not in the IRC. I don't see that in this section. So was that removed intentionally, especially given the fact that we are going to be likely seeing even row house style and that will be later turned into official townhouse for land use purposes later in life. So it seems we wouldn't want to take a step back again to cause ourselves problems later in life.
No, that was not, and I went back and revisited that, and we can, and maybe you want to look at it with a little closer eye too, Jonathan. I think what I came to the conclusion on that, I specifically addressed that one because I didn't want to lose it. I didn't think we wanted to lose it, or I didn't want it to get lost in the exchange. But I felt like it was Tony and I, we went over this together, but we felt like it was covered in penetrations because it's actually a little more restrictive on some penetrations, like there are no through penetrations. So that would preclude you from going. They don't necessarily have the built-in wrap back option. So the penetrations are going to the roof deck or through, or I mean the firewalls, not penetrations. But in our reading, I went back and revisited that one this week again, just to make sure, and I wasn't clear. So no, not intended to go away. And if it's not captured, we definitely want to bring that in because that one comes up often. Agreed.
Yeah, I can definitely help look through it and point out anything that I find of value from previous uses that would make it work. Because yeah, while the old statewide alternate method under the commercial code was cumbersome, it did offer a lot of things that helped in enforcement that this narrowed down section may have lost a little bit of elements in.
We were worried about that going in, but I was pleasantly surprised. I kind of went point by point. What you don't have is some of these nuanced, detailed steps and, you know, porch cover details and some of those that, I mean, it's covered, it's all covered, but not as, you know, not with a special picture for everything. But we were surprised at how much in such a short section that's taking 20 pages now was covered in 2. But a lot of those are pictures and stuff. So Adlai.
Yes, thank you. Natalie, thank you for your comment. I think I remember when we were on the 1 and 2 family dwelling code, I was reading some book that was like the city of Portland's townhouse special little binder that the state had before we really had townhouses. So I really appreciate taking some time to look at this. But we've run into it even over here. So the one thing that has been a big issue, and I like what Jonathan said, putting the separation of utilities in there. I know, and I appreciate that, Eric, with the no penetrations, but when you're talking to the developers that might not be the builders, I don't know that they necessarily understand the no penetrations when there's the developer versus the builder going in. So I would like to see that separate utility piece brought back in. And then there are some pictures in the commentaries for this, for the townhouse, not like Oregon used to have, but there are still options, and ICC has some additional help for townhouse construction. So we won't lose all of it.
All right, thanks Adelaide and Natalie, to everybody. Unless there's anything more, we can just table it and give the whole committee time to digest. That sound all right? I have no problem with all that. It is a big one. That's why I said. Okay, let's do that with an emphasis on utilities, and we can come back and talk about the whole thing. Did you still want to talk about the definitions at this point, Natalie? Is it pertinent, or do you want to wait till we come back around?
Let me just go ahead and ask, the definition of townhouse has been 3 or more units. This is my first time on the committee, but it sounds like it's come up in the past. With the middle housing, we're seeing a lot of just 2, and then so they can come back and put a lot line in between them later. Can it be 2 or more instead of 3 or more?
No, that'd be a 2-family. That would still be what real estate calls a duplex, so.
Well, but duplex isn't a building code term. It is a planning term that we're trying to make a distinction of. So when someone's doing a 2-family dwelling that they want to put in a lot line, we're making sure they build them to a townhouse standard. So it gets confusing speaking to applicants about what a townhouse is. And so, showing that it can be a townhouse, even if there's only 2 of them touching, because they're built with this concept that they can be split, helps in my opinion.
Sure. No, I think I follow what you're saying. I mean, you're just creating a 0 lot line situation. So you're doing the same thing. It's just, I think by definition, it's always been 3 or more and I agree with you. I threw out duplex. As I said, that's a real estate term, not a building code term. So 2-family. But yeah, no, not that I'm aware of. Terry, you have some feedback?
Yeah, I was just gonna, historically, this is something that I brought up in past review cycles. And basically what was, they've stuck with the 3, but we were told that it was fine to do 2 if that's what somebody wanted to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
And last code cycle, we added that new section for lot line separation to help try to clarify that aspect. But previously, we did actually, even on the national level, try to add that down to a 2-unit when separated by real property line. And ICC was actually supportive of it, but unfortunately, we had missed the IFC's cutoff. So they had to do it on all the code cycles, and OBOA never got back to do that.
Well, and that, if you want to kind of lump them together a little bit, that segues right into the next matrix item, because it is part and parcel to this. And Jonathan's correct, that we did put language in there that said if you got a property line on a 2-family, basically pointed to the townhouse provision. So you're basically creating a 2-unit townhouse, which is what Natalie was talking about. The interesting thing is we got a little ahead of the game there, got a little ahead of ourselves, because the model code addressed it now, and 1 cycle ahead. And the model code now addresses with or without a property line, just like Jonathan was referring to, but it didn't change anything. It's still the 1 hour. And so the committee is being asked to take a look at that and see. We went to 2 hours basically by saying go to the townhouse provisions. Between them, model code is now saying doesn't matter if it's property line or not, which is different than what, and I think what Natalie's saying, and and it's challenging. We get this question a lot, is that downstream use or somebody wants to sell or something like that, that it's just not contemplated by the code. It's either a property line or there's not. And so that next one in 3023 discusses that very subject. I mean, and that is, do we stick with our current Oregon amendment that went one cycle? Had we waited one cycle, the model code would have addressed it. The problem is now we'd be going backwards because we'd be going from 2 hour to 1 hour. Because the model code doesn't change it.
And for clarification, Eric, in the model code for that provision, that's assuming that the building is already sprinkled?
Nope, sprinklered, it goes to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I checked on that specifically because I thought the same thing, that they were going, 1 hour assuming sprinklers, and what they've started to do after they figured out at the model level, now that it's been enough years and not very many jurisdictions are adopting the sprinkler requirement. Everything was assumed sprinklers when it started, and now they've started to segue back, or they started to shift back to with and without sprinklers. You'll notice that in the code because there's so many places without sprinklers. So I went right where you did, Jonathan, and I was thinking, oh, well, that's 1 hour with sprinklers, but it's not. It's 30 minutes with sprinklers. So a couple hands up. Wayne, looks like hand up.
So the way we're looking at that, when you start talking about townhouses 1, 2, 3, 4, the res code only covers 1 and 2 family dwellings. If you have more than 2, by default, you go to the commercial and you end up as an apartment building, because now it's an R2. It's 3 or more families or 3 or more separate dwellings in the same structure. So they have a choice. Either if you don't have the property lines, then they would end up as the R2, which would have the 1 hour separation, but then they would have to sprinkle under the R provisions. So that's kind of how we've been addressing it. It's either it's a duplex or it's an apartment. And as far as the property line issue, we just look at them as 0 lot line, right? Whether it's a 1 hour wall, if there's nothing on the other side, or if they're going to butt 2 together, you have the townhouse provision if they're going to butt 2 homes together. So,
but a townhouse is defined as a 1 family home, and so you can have an infinite row of townhouses under the Resi code. That's the way the rules were written around that provision once it became part of the ORSC back in 2005.
Correct. You could have 100 of them because they're considered individual buildings. Side by side. Terry.
Yeah, I was at the national code hearings and they are allowing you to split a 2 family dwelling. I just see that as a nightmare for the poor owners down the road, because you don't have the same protections and separations. And yeah, because I think with a 2 family dwelling, more things can penetrate through between the 2 units. If you then sell off one, I just see that as a big problem. I would encourage us not to go there and keep it as if they want to split them, that they make them a townhouse.
Especially knowing that we're going to be facing a lot of conversions going forward, I would actually agree with Terry and not adopt the model code amendment, even though in general I support adopting the model code's vetted process. But given our middle housing situation, it seems we're going to be facing a lot of these situations that then cause some issues.
Eric, is there a significant cost difference with reducing or expanding the time?
No, this would be backwards. This would be a savings. There'd be no cost to stay where we're at because we already pointed towards 2 hour with a property line. So no, not.
Okay. And then savings are also good to note as well.
Yeah, well, this would be 0. I mean, it would only be savings if, and it doesn't, I mean, it sounds like so far we're leaning not going model code, but we'll see what the rest of the group wants to get.
Yeah, and like I say, the thing I want to point out is that you have duplexes that have shared utilities, and now if you put a property line and split them, you could create a nightmare down the road for them, the owners. who don't have the utilities coming in on their side of the property line.
And Terry, you might know more about, be more familiar because you probably deal with this a lot more, but I thought, and maybe I'm incorrect, I thought that the bill on that required individual utilities for middle housing. Am I remembering something else?
Yeah, that is in the middle housing stuff, and that's what we wanted to protect there being problems, especially when you can sell them independently. And that's why we were trying to get plumbing plan review to make sure that the utilities were run properly on the site to the buildings. Whereas with this, with a two-family dwelling, being able to split, so we have old ones that have shared utilities, and you know, when they split, they don't usually come talk to us half the time.
Yeah. Thank you. So what do we think on this one? So far, I think I've heard only one definitive, right? Jonathan had said, keep the 2 hour, don't go with model, keep the Oregon amendment.
Correct. And to me, it seems counterproductive because the townhouses are going to require that, you know, for the third unit too. So it seems we put an interesting situation between 2 and 3 units.
I would still like to look at the townhouse provisions and get back if we can still just postpone this till the next meeting and give us time to really dig through it, if that's okay with everyone.
Ellie, I want to clarify. I bounced. Yeah, we decided to table that. That was the last subject matter. This is new subject matter. This is not related to townhouses or that change. This is
okay. Sorry, I'll keep up better.
No, you're
confused.
We actually kind of segued because it's something I did. I said we, but I did because of something Jonathan said. But so my assumption was the committee wanted to table the townhouse piece, look at it a little bit more. And so that was tabled until next meeting or whenever we have time. And then we moved on to R3023. That was what. So that, and the question is between the existing Oregon amendment, which is a 2 hour requirement, or the model code, which was changed to 1 hour for property line 2-family dwellings.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the point we're at now, is the committee deciding on that. So maybe it'd be easier just to pick one and say, stay with the Oregon amendment.
I would suggest staying with the Oregon amendment. There we go.
So we got one for Jonathan, thumbs up. Anybody else? Stay with the Oregon amendment. Got a Rex. So stay with the 2 hour. Adelaide.
And the main thinking on that is because of the middle housing, that a lot of those are going to be split. I can definitely understand the value in that.
I'll agree.
Okay, looks like we have more than enough on that one. So Laura, did you capture that one or do I need to? So no new code, stay Oregon amendment. Boom. Sorry, I get excited. Okay, and we will table until the committee's ready on the townhouse piece. And if in the interim, as you folks are looking at it, if you have questions or you come up with stuff, you can certainly shoot it my way. This is an informal group. It's not a what's the word, quorum type group where we're talking offline, but so we can get it right and bring it back to the group if you see some stuff or whatever. So
Thanks, Eric. So questions to you directly?
Absolutely. And then we can disseminate them out to the group too through Laura or something. I think that'd be a cleaner way to do it. If that's okay with the committee, we can shoot you some stuff saying, here's what we're finding. So we're not duplicating efforts or whatever, because it is a little bit of a lift. So if the committee's all right with that.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Good here.
This is good. Okay. So now we finally get back to Wayne, we're up to 30233, which was yours. That is public proposal number 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
Public proposal number 3, duplex separation at roof structure, right? Right in time. Okay,
Yes.
Wayne.
All right, so I am going to share on this one for a little bit of clarity on the thought process. So these pictures actually came directly from planning, or excuse me, planning and county council. So they approved this without talking to building departments, us pretty much until we saw the final draft that was going to go through. And there was a little bit of concern we were looking at being preemptive. We've already had several people coming in wanting to do this middle housing stuff. And when they started talking about duplexes or multiple dwellings, they started looking at these configurations of how they would be allowed to split them, of different types of structures. And we said, wait a minute, prescriptively we have an issue with stack. This is simple. This is townhouse stuff. This is duplex or townhouse stuff. The problem came in with this one here, because here we got 3 foot for each structure. We got 6 foot. We're golden. Well, if we plop these two structures 6 feet apart, we put a porch across here that is only 6 feet, 10 feet with door openings on each side. One side has a fire. The issue then comes in where the fire is going to shoot up underneath that porch cover. It's going to carry it across and roll up out the side of the porch cover up the face of the other building. So my whole thought process behind this was to deal with this configuration, because I can't imagine that this won't spread to other planning departments as a concept, that each structure would end up with 1 hour. You would rate the roof cover, and then up the side of the structure, the idea was we do like in the commercial code where we take it up the wall for a distance of 4 feet to allow fire roll up to occur without actually lighting the building on fire and burning through the sidings or whatever else is taking place. That was the whole concept. Or they can add the rated separation wall between the dwellings and separate this porch at the property line like you would do for a duplex or a townhouse. Again, this concept is trying to be preemptive to what I see people wanting to submit, and they're already talking about submitting stuff like this.
So, and I can definitely see your concern. Looking at your language, I think some of it's a little challenging and maybe a stretch for the Resi code to begin with, because even our current townhouse provisions wouldn't require the extent that we're asking for. Because it's just the underside of that porch cover needs to be protected in the current shared covered entry type provisions and stuff like that. So I think it would be a huge increased cost in concept, you know, but I see the need for what you're saying. You know, I think, you know, especially, I think we actually did a couple projects like this in the past, and generally what we saw was just the actual breezeway either being built out of 1 hour material, so heavy timber, or out of the townhouse type version of heavy timber, not structural heavy timber, and then or protected from the underside, and then the roof surface was protected with fire treated plywood or gypsum like the townhouse would be. But the actual structures, as long as they're more than 3 feet from the imaginary or real property line, we didn't they wouldn't be required using the townhouse provisions. And it seems that that was adequate in the past. I think that would be a better approach.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody attempt this in the code to be able to just connect it with the cover. I know we talk about the cover porches across the face of the building with the buildings touching, and that rating is 2 hours, and we have parapets or we have the laybacks up on the roof. And so I was thinking, well, if we have this where it's going to actually send it directly into the other face of the wall, we should look at that piece and only do the 1 hour, but not do the whole structure. Only do underneath and maybe up the side, just a little bit on the sides, like 4 feet just for roll up. That was my only thoughts. Kind of stepping into the commercial a little bit, pulling a little bit from the townhouse stuff, and kind of creating a middle ground type situation for the ratings.
Yeah, Wayne, I agree that it would be nice to get some clarity on that. We have been seeing these in Portland where people are adding just a ADU and then connecting it to the main house with the breezeway. And so trying to determine what the rating should be on that. So it is an issue. I do think you have put in a lot of ask, kind of like what Jonathan was saying, but if we can figure out some language and that's more just focused on what we really require at, you know, when the buildings are a certain distance apart from the like imaginary property line, and a rating required for the roof structure. So.
And again, this was all around the idea of the low income where they're going to turn around and drop the property line after the situation, which all of a sudden changes the dynamic of what the structure is. And they may have 4, 5, 6 of these on a property, and then all of a sudden say, oh, hey, guess what? We don't have to meet minimum lot sizes. We're going to cut it up.
So for clarification, the current townhouse code would require for porch covers that are within 3 feet of another one. So similar approach to what you're saying, where one porch cover is adjacent to another porch cover and both are less than 3 feet from the common property line, a single 1 hour resistant privacy wall shall be provided for each porch cover. The privacy cover shall be extended to the furthest point of the cover. So we have that option. And then where the porch cover is less than 3 feet to the common property wall and there's no adjacent porch cover, then you can do the covered stuff. So you could basically just in the work that we kind of punted on, we could bring over basically that type of language into that section because it's already standing Oregon amendment.
And so when I was looking at the porch cover that's in the current townhouse provisions, if you look at all of those are all on a parallel wall. So it's all on the front facing wall of the building because they're assuming the townhouses are butted up to each other and that those porches are sitting side by side that direction. So it's just dealing with the face of the wall on either structure versus traveling across and hitting a separate structure that's separated. So that was kind of the difference I was looking at for it. But
This is Rex. Hey, David Mills, are you tracking this? David Mills is our state fire marshal. He's logged in here, but apparently not monitoring right now. I thought it'd be good to get some input from him on this.
Okay. Awkward dead space. So I was waiting for additional discussion. None? No other questions? None? Suggestion?
I'm still really trying to process this a little bit better, but I guess I don't want to add a requirement that's more stringent than what we already have in the code for similar situations, if that's helpful.
I agree with Rex. I personally, I think we recommend that we don't go with Mr. Parker's proposal itself, but we include language as part of our sideline task. We look at bringing in some of the language from the existing townhouse one and keeping it loose enough that it can be used for two dwelling and more that are attaching structures.
I like that approach, this is Rex.
I do too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I agree.
Yeah, this is Terry. I think that your code kind of gives us language. If it's a 2-unit and they're not splitting it, then you just need that 1 hour separation somewhere in there, because we've always said that if it's at least 3 feet wide, then you're creating then they're attached in 1 unit, or a 2-family dwelling instead of a single, because our planning has done this for years. where they say it has to be attached if it's on a corner or something. So we've had to deal with this for a long time, but it'd be nice to get some clear guidance on it.
I can see that, Terry, as far as what they've been doing. And so, you know, as always, they're going to come back later and not tell us and just do a property line split. Now, all of a sudden, you got a different configuration than what you originally thought. That's all I was looking for. So,
For me, I find it hard in code because we even have it with commercial where they build it for one occupancy and you know it's going to be another. It's hard to put code requirements in for what they may or may not do, because that's not really how we plan review, is what they're going to change it to in the future without us knowing. And I know it's a struggle for all of us because, I mean, I tell people I get lied to every day, all day long. But that's, you know, in code, that's what we do, is just review based on what's submitted. You know, the charging language here, duplex separation without a roof. Why duplex separation really isn't a real separation. It's our fake separation. So if we're without a roof, without a demising wall at the time of construction, we're going to make a duplex more restrictive than our regular duplex. And I understand, because I've done the same thing Natalie did when we were in Boise. We would get duplexes in and we would issue a duplex, but in the scope of the report, we put this building meets the requirements of a townhouse. When they decide to convert it, you know, we document that the owner wanted to at a townhouse. But I wouldn't support this code change, but I do understand it's something that we need to address with the middle housing issue.
Okie dokie. Yeah, that's a tough one to address in code, Adlai. I mean, the future, potential future uses, because I've talked to folks lots about that. Then every commercial building would be an H occupancy if they.
Yeah, that's why I agree. It's kind of hard to address some of these future conversions because the code isn't meant for us to, you know, decide what they may or may not to do. We're just reviewing what's in front of us. So it's just a challenge we all face. And if anybody has the secret magic decoder ring, please let me know. I would love to have it.
But I do agree that if you know helping somebody or having those provisions, and we do have a unique middle housing requirement, you know, I mean, not requirement, but allowance in Oregon. So, I mean, that does resonate. I'm not being flippant about it, but it is a difficult one from a regulatory standpoint to force it, but it's great to have an option and be able to, I think it'd be great to have that option, just like Natalie's original question. Why couldn't you build a duplex like a townhouse? Of course. You could. It would just, or you know, a two-family. It would just still be a two-family. Technically, it's just weird.
But it's not family because we have that statute that we can't talk about families. Eric. It's a dwelling. It's two dwellings.
Two groups of occupants. Okay, so on this one, so we tabled the town. So on this one, what did we do with that? So what I'm hearing, let me see if I can summarize this. Not hearing a lot of love for the exact language that Wayne provided, but feeling the desire to create something that might address this. Is that what you said earlier, Jonathan, as we move forward?
Yeah, that's how my thought would be on it. And it may end up sadly going back to 302.1's exceptions or something like that to try to clarify, you know, here's what it is for townhouses, or we add it to that section that you added to the duplexes of, you know, if you have a patio cover, go see this section too for townhouses. But we need it for the townhouses because we know that exists for those. So if we can bring over some language that would work for technically two detached dwellings that are just attached via breezeway or patio cover.
Committee got a thumbs up from Rex. Rest of the committee, Natalie, yes. So, okay. All right. So no specifically to that proposal, to proposal 3, but try to fix it with some other language. Okay. Next, it's not quite break time almost. You want to go till 2 for a break? That's a little over an hour from lunch. Is that okay? Okay, so the next one then is R 302.5.1. Two different issues here. There's the original or the existing Oregon amendment for self-closing or automatic closing doors. Model code has once again bounced back and forth and has come back around to self-latching. So we have two different things. There's the current Oregon amendment requires self-closing, but not self-latching. If you were to take both of these, then you'd get self-closing and self-latching. Current Oregon amendment, just self-closing. I know that in the past, in my past fire service days, there had been some concerns expressed, and I think that was the original genesis of getting rid of specifically the self-latching. But I don't know if the fire service is still at that point. I get it to some degree, but that's it. Whether we want to go back to self-latching again is really the question.
I'm sorry, Eric, what was the concern that fire service had with self-latching?
I think that Tony had told me that he remembered it coming from the fire service. And as somebody that spent almost 30 years as a firefighter, I was trying to figure out why. I don't, unless I'm guessing it had to do with firefighters entering and the door shutting behind you, which we all carry wedges in our helmets for that reason. You got a hose behind you, it's not going to close. So that partly didn't make sense to me, so I'm not sure 100% if it came from the fire service, what it was. I don't.
I support the change. Most homeowners, after they lock themselves out the first time from the self-closing, packing their groceries in, takes the self-closer off. At least that's what I have found in the past. I think I've seen fires where that door saves the dwelling from the fire in the garage. So I understand the importance, but as long as it shuts, I think that would achieve that, unless the fire industry really wants, because we wouldn't want to upset our fire friends if that's what the language they wanted.
My gut is it was that, Adlai, it was the self-closing piece, because you're absolutely right. Even a hollow core door is crazy how long it'll protect a room, that's not a solid door like the door from the garage. So
yeah, just the shut door just saves so much in itself, but that self-closing, once you lock yourself out once, or as you're an inspector and you get locked in a garage once, they're not super friendly.
the self-closing, automatic closing is current Oregon amendment. What's being added at the national level is self-latching. The difference that it has to physically grab, which isn't necessarily in the code right now. It just has to swing closed, but it doesn't have to latch. Terry?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that if we go with the national language, we're actually getting more restrictive, because to have it self-latching, it has to self-close.
Yes.
So that's going to require both self-closing and that the latch clicks when it closes.
Correct. That is the correct. That's exactly, you captured it. Right now we have self-closing, but not affirmative latching. So it would be an add.
Yeah, I don't have a strong feeling one way or the other. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that this is actually asking for more if you go with self-latching, not less.
Rex, that's interesting. I didn't get that out of it. I just figured that if you close the door, it has to latch positively. It doesn't have to self-close. It doesn't say anything about self-closing. The self-closing door could close without a latch and just sit there without being latched. So I don't know, Terry.
Yeah, but self-latching, it has to close to latch. So,
but you can physically close it without a self-closer and latch it.
Yeah. So, okay, let me clarify something. They added self-latching at the national level. So both. So you'd get both, and maybe the matrix doesn't. I see what you're saying, Rex. I just followed where you're going. I think let me find that. Now you're making me question myself. 302.5
doesn't say as written anything about self-closing.
Yeah, I saw where that was struck out in red for self-closing. So I assumed as long as it would latch, then it didn't have to have the self-closing.
Yeah, but it says self-latching. Doesn't it have to have a self-closing for it to have self-latching? but I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Me too, Terry.
Latch, of deadbolts or something.
Yeah, no, it would be, standby. Why is this so?
I mean, if our intent is to have it self-closing, I think we should keep that in there. I kind of agree with some other people. The self-closing thing tends to get disabled anyway, and that's a pain. I don't know if it adds any value.
I don't think that should be. Stand by. I'm trying. 302. 302. I don't think, I see what you're saying. I don't think that was supposed to be struck, though. 302, I don't think the intent, let me find it. The exist, hold on. Yeah, I got it. I'm there now. Yeah, we did delete self-closing. Sorry. It's not both. Wow. I lost my brain. Correct. It wouldn't make any sense to go with self-latching. More time.
So while you're looking at that, Eric, I will admit I have been locked in a garage by a self-closing door out on inspection. And then the contractor put a padlock on the rail of the garage door and there was no man door. So I had to call my cell phone to get out of a garage doing an inspection. So it has happened.
I had this one completely flipped in my head. No, this is almost like a no-brainer because the self-latching was added to the self-closing. So in last time, that was the question. I wasn't posing it correctly. I apologize. So the question is, if the committee wants self-latching, which is new language, then you would have to also delete the existing Oregon amendment for the self-closing, which we had deleted previously. So if you're keeping the Oregon amendment for the deleted self-closing, self-latching is not applicable. The idea is they go together. It closes by itself and then it positively latches. So Terry's correct. And for some reason I had that backwards in my head. So if we have to delete the existing or the new pink language there if we continue the deletion of the self-closing. That's the question at hand.
Yeah, and I know people will get locked out easily with this, but I just am concerned about that door being open and somebody didn't shut off their car right away or something, and then you get carbon monoxide going in.
That's a good point, Terry. I was considering the fire aspect, but the carbon.
Right. Yeah, it's both fire and that.
Reversing my position. I guess I'm leaning toward keeping the Oregon language now.
Yeah.
If we keep the Oregon language, it would be deleting the self-closing.
That's right, because that's an existing.
Right.
Sorry, I had it all screwed up. I'm not helping here sometimes, I think. But yeah. And to Terry, to your point, it's interesting because the separation requirements, the garage separation requirements has, some limited, simple penetration language, but nothing on the door. It says nothing about a gasket, nothing about the gap on the bottom, nothing. So to your point, right, you could have a self-closing, self-latching door with no requirement for it to be sealed. So you could still pump it full of fire, smoke, or CO, which is kind of odd.
I was going to say, there is no requirement there unless it's, a sleeping room or something, and then you can't have that, but it's still going to provide some protection no matter what. It's weird because we made the door solid or 20-minute, which is saying that we're worried about that.
Well, the 20-minute door probably would be gasketed because it'd be a listed assembly likely. So, but just the solid one is where it falls down, which I've always been surprised nobody's fixed that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I have a ton of heartburn over that, but I think having a door that doesn't have to close, that bothers me more, but that's just me.
No, so is everybody in the committee caught up? Did I mess everybody up completely? So if we keep the existing Oregon amendment, then we have to strike the new language from model code because it doesn't do any good to have self-latching if you don't have self-closing because there's nothing to, that would be manually closing. And then I guess it could still self-latch if you manually close it, but I think the intent at the national level was both swings closed by itself and then stays shut by latch.
I think we keep to the self-closing that we've had. So striking the pink.
I can go with that. This is Rex.
Should we pull it up
Wait.
on the screen?
I also, Eric, noticed Jonathan is moving. Is he back in the meeting? He posted in the chat to get back into the meeting.
Oh, on the road. Good catch, Natalie. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
On the road. And just before you continue your discussion, what you said, Natalie, I want to make sure that you said keep self-closing. Right now, we deleted self-closing. Are you saying keep the deletion of self-closing?
No, bring it, undelete self-closing.
So eliminate the current Oregon amendment and keep model language for self-closing and automatic closing.
Yes. Just throwing that out there to clarify what we're asking for. Yeah.
But not the self-latch.
We currently do not require the self-closing, right?
Correct.
So this will be a code change of adding the self-closing, not adding self-latching is kind of where we're leaning. Is that just for clarity?
And it would be full circle. I don't remember too many code changes that have went in and out and in and out and in and out so many times in my career.
Accessory storage square footage.
Why,
Exempt. That's the other one, Eric.
why break tradition, right?
Well, what's the fiscal cost? When we talk about it, was there a fiscal impact to this, which one way or the other?
I'm sure there's self-closing. Most of them are self-closing hinges, which I'm sure they're more expensive than it's usually just like one center hinge. But I don't know the number. I know it's been discussed in the past. I don't know, David, he's not paying attention. David Mills, this is where I would love to hear the fire service's point of view again, because if this came from them again on the self-closing, but I would have thought it would have been the other way around. If the fire service had chimed in, they would have wanted the self-closing, not to delete it. But I seem to, something's jarring around in my brain that last time they said they didn't have a problem with it.
They're about $25 to $30 for the door hinge set.
And Carrie, thank you. I did think we already were requiring self-closing. So I was proposing to keep what we already had.
It was really confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I can tell you, I have a 1970s house. My door to the garage rarely closes.
Same.
Like we have to manually go and shut the dang thing. And I think it is a big fire hazard. I can see the importance of it. I'm curious why we haven't required it in the past and what that reason would be. I don't want to add something additional if we had good reason for not having it, but I'm a little surprised we haven't.
Me too.
We do need someone from fire here.
Yeah, maybe we can table it and get back to it and find out why it was removed last time. If it's gone back and forth so many times, maybe there was a good reason.
That's what I was just thinking, actually, is I can look back in the old, I didn't on this one. I think I got myself confused on this one and didn't. weird. Okay, let's do that. We'll table it and we'll see if I can find some history on this one about how we got there this last go around,
Sounds great.
where we are. Okay, break. You want to take a 10-minute?
Yes.
Okay. A minute break. While we're waiting for Elizabeth, because I don't think there's any messages. We were just combing through codes on that self-closing door thing because it was killing me. So that goes all the way back to the 2000 it came into the model code, back into the model code in 2012 after being gone. And we skipped the 12 when we adopted the 14 and readopted the 09. So we still didn't have that language. So my guess is when we got to the 17, we had been 2 cycles without the self-closing, even though it had come back in the 12 and it came back in the one we skipped. And so that's the only thing we could find. Now, a reasoning we couldn't find so far, but that's just a little. So, I mean, it hasn't been in the code for quite a while in the Oregon code, the self-closing requirement. And it did clarify in the commentary, the intent was self-closing and self-latching went together, even though they didn't technically have to. So there's that, but we can still table it and see if we can find more.
So been in the model code for quite a long time, not in the Oregon code adoption.
12 in the model code. So 10 years in the model code, it came back in 2012. Okay. So the next, so we were at 3, we tabled that one. We're at 30252. So there's 1, 2, there's duct penetration, understair protection, fire blocking, toilet and bathing facilities. So there's 1, 2, 3, there's 4 existing Oregon amendments there. Any heartburn or reason to discuss any of those for all existing, no change? Anyone?
I think we just pass through the existing Oregon amendments unless there's a component from the national code to talk about.
Okay, that was my intent, was just to kind of, and certainly if we pass by one and somebody decides they want to talk at the next meeting, we can bring them back up. If you see something that we wanted to talk about, but so we're just gonna assume okay on those 4, 30252 through 303.3 ours. So okay, Laura.
And no significant cost with that one, Eric, for those 4?
No change because existing Oregon.
Perfect.
So the next one is really not a change either. The model code changed, but I ran this one by Mark Heiser, our mechanical engineer, and he said we need to keep it's the whole house ventilation. There was just a model code change there, so we pointed it out in 3034, and we're recommending keeping that language. But there's one little piece at the end that model code changed, and that was or other approved means of ventilation. And Mark was good with adding that. So if you look at the 3034, where to go? 3034. I think it'll show that the whole house ventilation in accordance with M1505, that's existing Oregon amendment. And then there's some new language there, or with other approved means of ventilation. So there's existing and some new language there to approve on that one.
Mr. Rex, I'm good with that.
Anyone else? It just keeps the Oregon amendment, provides additional flexibility. All right, nobody screaming. Looks like a bunch of thumbs up. Okay. Screaming no, that is. All right, 305.1. This is another combo one where we have Oregon amendments, existing Oregon amendments for toilet room height. The only thing that's changing here, and it's an interesting one, is that allowance for beams. We had an existing Oregon amendment where the the minimum ceiling height can be reduced 6 inches where there are beams or girders that are at least 48 inches on center. Model code now has a provision that is extremely similar. It says 6'6", but it's the same result. Instead of saying lower 6, this is starting at the ground and going up 6'6", but the result is 78 inches either way. The difference is model code uses 36 inches apart for beam spacing. And I don't really know that that's more or less restrictive. I'm trying to think. I don't think it really matters that much, but so we can either keep the Oregon Amendment, the height restriction, the height reduction stays the same either way. The difference is how far apart the beams, they can be closer together under the new model code, 36 inches beams and girders can. So basically you're bopping between the beams and girders instead of 48 apart, they're 36 apart. Anyone?
I support,
Go ahead.
I support aligning with the model code for this.
Yeah, this is Rex. That was exactly my comment in the spirit. Aligning, I would say fine.
Can I ask a quick question back on that 303.4? Sorry, I finally got caught up on and read the section. So this is for the whole house mechanical ventilation. And then it says, or other approved means of ventilation. Like, what would that look like? And
Doesn't the word, this Rex approved, insinuate that it's a building official decision? So the designer would have to come with a solution and run it by the building official. Is that the way you read that, Eric?
Yeah, and I was trying to look back because I ran this by Mark and I can't remember exactly. See if I can find his response real quick, if it doesn't take too long.
Mark put his thumb up, Eric.
Where is he? Are you there?
here,
He is on. Hey,
okay.
Mark. Bueller. Mark? No?
Just unmuting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the intent, is it's just allowing for some what would normally be allowed anyway. The building official can look at other methods for meeting the ventilation needs. You know, you get into some unusual small houses, some of the, you know,
Okay.
other dwelling unit types. It works quite well for the average single family home, but sometime you may come up with something different. Thanks.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. You good, Carrie?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so I was hearing so far, keep the bathroom, toilet room, Oregon Amendment, and align with model code on the new language for the beam reduction. Anything? I've had 2 yeses on that so far. What about anybody else?
I support that as well. For some reason, it jogs my mind back to like post and beams when we changed from the car decking. We went to 36 inches and then they could span them. So it, for some reason, I think it aligns better with some of the construction spans.
The only impact that I'll point out would be when people are using our current 5, I guess. The original reduction, the way it was worded, allowed conversions to go down to 6'2" for the beam spacing. So that would be one small impact.
Wait, which one? In the basement one or?
Yeah, so when you did the basement conversion one or whatever, the conversion, because when we did the conversion language for the 11 code, I think it was, we came back and made sure that it was pointed out when the way we worded it, that number 5, the original number 5, would allow a 6-inch reduction below the required ceiling height, which means that you could have a beam projection down to 6'2", and would that be an issue? And no, we all agreed to that. So without that, it would basically only allow the beam projections down to, 6'6". So that would be the only impact, would be conversions, which we can deal with from a jurisdictional standpoint, similar to Portland does with their guides if we need to.
Still digesting that one. Hold on. You're talking about a reduction to a reduction, because the ceiling height reduction is the main requirement of 7 feet. So if you take the 6 inches off, you end up at 78 inches. Whereas the model code goes from the floor up and goes to 78 inches. So there'd be no change in that. But you're saying are you saying if you added 5 right now, 6 inch reduction to 3, where it allows you to get to 6'4"? Is that what you're saying? That reduction?
So yeah, the previous interpretation when we put that one in was since number 5 in a conversion, that the 6'8" becomes your new required ceiling height. Since the exception allowed a 6-inch reduction from the required ceiling height, you then take the 6 inches off of that. So it's been a 6'2". So just pointing out that would be a small change. And especially since we're seeing a lot of conversions, Portland.
Yeah, so we want to update that on the conversion item too, then, I guess. That it's measured from the floor.
Well, I think the clean way to do it, if the committee wanted to just maintain where we were, would be to reject the model code and just keep the Oregon amendment.
Or modify our Oregon amendment to align with model code with our language. So we go down to the 3-foot reduction that they did for spacing, and then keep our 6-inch reduction.
And then the 6 inch, yep.
And then that way we have our ability to use our other Oregon amendment the way it's been applied, but meet model code.
But keep the 6-inch reduction, change to the 36 inches apart.
That would add a lot more flexibility in there as well for the conversions.
It's actually a little different too, because it's 36-inch clear finished between the beams. And right now we're 48 on center. I just noticed that part. Yeah. I'm not sure that's a problem one way or the other. I just want to point that out.
I like 3 foot on center because it's just easy. Because I don't want, especially at framing, I don't want to look at, okay, no, how are you going to wrap this? So I can decide if it's going to be 3 feet finished.
3 feet on center. Okay, Laura, did you capture that? So basically deleting number 4 now, the pink, the new language, rejecting the new language, keeping our old number 5, the beams and girders space not less than, but change the 4 to 3. Everything else stays the same. 3 feet instead of 4 feet.
This is Terry.
Well, I thought,
Yeah, this is Terry. I was going to say, if you're letting them go to on center, then I would leave it at 4, because the truth is, if you got a 6-inch beam, 2 6-inch beams on center, that actually comes to about 4 foot, which is about the same as what they're saying, clear 3 foot. So I would leave it. I'd leave it at the 4 foot on center, because then they are actually pretty close.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Terry. So this is Rex again. So I guess we're back to. What are we back to?
Keep current code, reject the model code change.
Yeah, I think the reasoning was for consistency, but if we're gonna be editing it, then it doesn't matter anyway, so. Yeah,
Okay, so where I'm hearing now is just keep the organ amendments.
Yes.
yes.
Caught up, Laura? Everybody good? Thumbs up? Everyone? Yes? Okay. 307.1. Where are we? 307.1. Oh, we're gonna skip that. That's just a figure showing. We're skipping the organ amendments until we get down. So the next one with a change is gonna be R 308.4.5. And this is a change in model code for glazing related to wet locations, hot tubs, showers, tubs, that sort of thing, bathtubs. And the model code is changing from facing to adjacent to. So the model code was a window facing that wet location versus a window beside that wet location. So it could be in a wall parallel to, and and it's very similar to the language they use for the bottom of the stairs. So there was new language, I think it was new last go around for the bottom of the stairs language, and it says adjacent. And so at the model code level, they're aligning. We would have to tweak our current statewide code interp number 14-02 because it does not, and does not align with adjacent. It's actually not that far off though when I checked it, so. Let the committee have it.
I like aligning it with model code, especially in the safety glazing area, because it's easier to keep the commentary with it when we need to send the pictures to the public because they don't understand. So it is nice when we can match what's in the commentary.
I agree, but I'm also sad that we just kind of sort of figured out what the heck we actually were supposed to do, and now we're changing it again. Because how many times did you guys rewrite that interpretation?
I just redrew all the pictures after I came here or re-illustrated it. So, but we'll update it. And so, now, so there could be a cost increase here, arguably, Ian, because you might be including, chances are you're going to be including windows that you would not have included before versus staying adjacent.
Do you have a specific number estimate on that, or would it just be windows multiplied by whatever that costs?
Yeesh, I don't know what the current difference is between safety glazing and standard.
Unfortunately, it's going to depend on which size of your window and stuff like that, but it's probably, under a few $100 difference.
Perfect. Thank you.
So what's the pleasure here? Model code, switch or go with, accept the change. Haley, thumbs, I'm seeing thumbs. Accept adjacent. Okay, looks like I got enough thumbs for a go on that one. That's a yes. Next one is existing. The next one that's new model code is skylight glass retention. And it's just clarifying language for the screens that go underneath the skylights and how they have to retain the glass so that it doesn't fall on somebody. Not really a technical change so much. Might not have needed to even be on here, but thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 thumbs up. Rex, just thumbs up. We were on the new terminology for glass retention for skylights 30863 and 67. That's fine. Take your time. 308. Find it here. They added the term broken glass retention. I think it just used to say a screen meeting the requirements. Now it says a broken glass retention screen, clarifying what the, it's not really a technical change, I guess. You good, Rex? Okay, lots of thumbs up on that one. Okay, yay, we're moving along. Look at us go. Next one is emergency escape and rescue openings, 310.1. Couple of things going on here. One of them, oh, what do we got going here? So one of them is clarification of language in terms of getting rid of, and I can't remember, Laura, was this an exist, getting rid of sill height and going with clear opening from the finished floor. We get a lot of questions on this one, and I had some feedback from the window industry about the use of the term sill and what that means. And so the model code now is finally caught up to us with bottom of clear opening, and that is 310.1. Let me get there. And 3.10. Couple things. I'm kind of bumping. Oh, I got ahead of myself. I apologize. 310.1 is the yard. Okay. My bad. Sorry. So the first one here under 310.1 is a new model code requirement. So what this is basically saying is you got to have a 3-foot path where the window opens too. So like on a side yard, this is kind of interesting. Minimum width of they call it a court. So basically a 3-foot wide court that gets you to your public way from your EERO. So I'll let the committee beat this one up. I could see some problems with a 3-foot setback in Oregon and heat pumps and things like that inside yards, but Barry?
Yeah, probably the bigger impact could be on townhouse. Now you can't, now it's not just about having a gate between on those fences, but you probably actually need a regular route. And so, I mean, it's probably a good thing, but I just want to point it out. To me, the really problem is going to be with your townhouses. Maybe we'll get them all sprinklered. That's the exception.
I'm okay with the model code change because it just clarifies that we want a clear path of egress.
It doesn't do you much good to get out the window if you can't go anywhere once you're out.
And this is similar discussion of what we had in the 2021 code anyway, when we were talking about landings outside EROs and stuff like that. This was actually brought up at that point in time of, yeah, to Rex's point, it doesn't matter if you can't get out if you don't have a path. So I support it.
Yeah, same.
I support it. You'll have some anomalies that where this won't work, but you're just gonna have to deal with it locally.
Looks like I'm getting mostly thumbs up. Any thumbs down or any passion against? I'm getting an okay on that one then? Or was that? Get to the next one here. Where I was trying to jump ahead to a minute ago. Oh, I was trying to go on that one because we didn't have it on the, it wasn't on the matrix, but I just wanted to, I was trying to point out is 310.23. R 310.2.3, the maximum height from floor. The model code now addresses bottom of the clear opening. Not greater than 44 inches instead of the sill. And there's lots of, we answered lots of questions about that. And it makes more sense because the idea is for escape or rescue. So it should be the opening. And then you'll notice in the blue underlined in R 310.2.3, which above finished floor. That's also been an issue of when and how that's measured. So those two things, they aren't on the matrix, but I'm gonna point those out.
So I have questions around the exception 3 to what we just did. So it seems like
okay,
the actual main section doesn't require the yard to open in the public way. It says shall open to a public way or a yard or a court or a, and then it says a yard shall not be required to open directly to the public way. So the yard never did technically require open to a public way under the charging statement, but the exception says it doesn't have to when you have a clear path. Well, I'm confused by its wording.
But isn't it saying a clear path to the public way? So it's a yard to the public way or path to the public way?
the charging statement says directly to a public way or to a yard or court having a minimum 36 inches that opens to a public way. I think what this is trying to say, since that says the yard has to open to a public way, as long as the yard takes you to another path, to a yard, to a public way, and then down to another path and through a swing set, then you're fine. Got it, Jonathan? I think it's letting you go yard, path, yard, right? Or yard, path, public way is the way I'm reading it. So you could, like, it is odd, isn't it? Yard opens to it.
We recently had a discussion about yards and whether they could turn corners, like whether you could have a yard that's on one side and a yard that's on another interior lot line, and then there'd be a public way. But still, that seems like it would be yard, public way. My only worry with this piece is like making sure it doesn't go under another building or something like that. Like, is that, because a yard is one that has to be open to the sky, right? So what would a path look like that wasn't open to the sky?
Yeah, that's the part down below where Laura's at on the screen there. It said the code does stipulate that the yard is not required to open directly into a public yard, provided it opens to an unobstructed path, typically another yard that leads to the public way.
But Jody, your question is requirement for path to be considered like a, sorry, not uncovered, open to the sky.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at this change document that's right here. Maybe the emphasis is on the unobstructed. Because that's still part of the same yard to me. That picture they just showed.
No, the picture that they showed was you went out of your yard into basically a walking path that was either an easement or whatever, but maybe not the public way.
Or
That was
another,
kind of what they were showing.
right? It says another yard or an easement. It could be a sidewalk. But that's a public way, never mind.
Unless it's a private sidewalk, that's not a public way.
That's what I meant. Thanks, Jonathan.
I agree with Terry. Maybe we'll just get them all sprinkled and then that won't matter. We don't have to use exception 3. We won't have to figure out what they're horrible language to say. Get us to the public way in some format.
I think what they're driving is that you do now on your townhouses need to provide this little back sidewalk that's probably joint ownership or something, as a way to get to the public way instead of being able to cross just from yard to yard. It's pushing you out of the yard.
I think if we're all this confused about it, the people trying to use the code will similarly not get to this point. If this is what we're wanting, for them to not be able to go through gates and for a gate to be considered obstruction, then it seems like we have an opportunity to clarify the language.
Well, I think, yeah, we should probably clarify it because all they're doing is trying to clarify the original language that it needed to be to the public way, realizing you're not always going to have access to the public way from a backyard. A court shall be required to open directly to a public.
And is the concern that there's no real definition of what an unobstructed path is, where a yard says it's unobstructed to the clear sky? Was that part of your concern, Jody? I was thinking that unobstructed, the way that Terry was talking about it and the way that picture was showing it, might mean that a gate would be an obstruction. So you can go through your own gate to get to this unobstructed path, and that unobstructed path is going to have no gates in it. Versus now, I think our townhouses often have the fences all the way to the back property line, and then a series of gates across the back to get to the public way. So I would ask maybe that we look at what unobstructed means. Does that mean gate, yes or no?
Maybe the unobstructed should be removed because, yeah, they should still be able to have privacy gates. It's can you get out? Just unlocked gate or unlocked obstruction or something like that. So that's.
Yeah, I think that is the problem. Once they're built, you know there's going to be a lock put on that gate, and there's nothing we can do to police that.
Yeah, I think it would have to truly be unobstructed, that they can get out of their yard. There's a path that they can get out to the, can't remember what it said, but basically that there's not going to be anything that would prevent them from getting out.
So are we looking for a better word than unobstructed? Or just clarity of what unobstructed means?
Oh, giving discretion of the building departments, I think unobstructed, unfortunately, we could interpret ourselves in what we feel is needed, especially working with the planners, because for me, I wouldn't take a gate as unobstructed. Obviously, a lock can be, but that, is a maintenance item we can't. And unfortunately, as soon as we issue the C of O, they can put a gate on there and there's nothing we can say about it either, unless land use puts in something. So I don't know. I think maybe that this one's a good one to leave to the locals' interpretation of what unobstructed is. Or we can steal a section out of the structural code that says we don't have to have it go to the public way as long as we have a refuge area, and then we don't have to worry about it.
I wonder if their thought process behind that is we don't typically do our townhouses like that in the Portland metro Hillsborough area. But if you're down south, keeping in mind this is model code, they will put townhouses in and then just have a yard or a court that is between two sets of townhouses with a common pathway. And if people put fences for each of their individual yards, you would still have that type of configuration, which would then lead you to that issue of what they're trying to address. And I actually have a satellite image of one, or an example if you wanted.
This is Rex. Not really hearing any good solutions to this. Maybe we just accept it and move on. Theoretically, it's been vetted at the national level already.
I support that, Rex. And I think Jonathan was on the same page.
Yep, I agree.
I'm okay with that as well.
I think that was a majority. All right, okay. Where are we? 310.2. So the next ones are 310.2, and this clarifies the 36-inch wide path under decks, porches, and cantilevers. 310.2.
I do have to say I appreciate the addition of the fall protection height limitation, because I did have a project where they mounted it all the way to the top, and there's nothing in code that said where you had to mount it. It's like, well, how is even an adult supposed to reach that? For the release of it, I was like, okay, that doesn't work. So at least now having a height helps.
There's been some rearranging in this section, you'll notice in 310.2.1, but there's the requirements are the same, 5.7 and then 5 for ground floor. And they did move some stuff around, not a lot of it. It's showing in pink, but there's not much technical changes. Jonathan did point out that one, that 70-inch was an add.
I'm supportive of the changes.
Me too.
Rex is good with it.
Looks like we got it. Looks like, okay, yep, plenty. And then the next one is just the one Jonathan was referring to earlier. I believe this was his contribution last time, specifically for the roof surfaces. Same idea, 36 inches for ERO on roof surfaces, existing Oregon amendment. Assume we want to keep that. There's a bunch more changes in the next one in 310.3 through 310.4. Some of it's rearranging. The biggest thing here, and you can look down through the changes, but now where an area well, they're now considered area wells generically for doors or windows. And there's an requirement for deeper than 44 inches, either a steps or a ladder, not compliant stairways, but some way to get out of the well. The biggest thing is they took the two different sections and put them together, so it looks like a lot of pink, but said other than the ladder, that's the biggest one requirement. There's not a lot of technical change there.
I'm good with this.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it. Good. Okay. Like it. Approved. 310.5 or 310.6 or 310.7. The big one here is existing let me get to it. Existing new rooms, blah, blah, let me find it. R310 point. It's the R310.7.1 under alterations or repairs. This one's similar. The big change here in that it's a reorganization, but the big change here is an allowance to go down to a smaller window for existing windows, down to a 4-foot square, 22 by 20. That item number 1 under 310.7.1. Item number 2 is moved, but existing language. That's the language that allows the biggest manufacturer's window that'll fit in the hole. That's not new. The newest part is existing operable windows, providing a 4-foot square. That's a deviation from the 5-foot grade level. At grade level, so it's a 1 square foot drop from the 5-foot requirement at grade for new.
Especially knowing that we're having conversions from middle housing and stuff, would there be a reason why we wouldn't accept their amendment, but instead of making it a subsection of existing basements, actually just move it over to like 310.8 and have it so it applies for all all first story and basement type things, a reduction from the 5.0, because it actually makes sense if long as, I'm assuming it was vetted with fire.
Is 310.
Are you meaning for change of use, Jonathan, or?
Yeah, because that's what it's intended for when you're doing a change of occupancy. So we're going to see especially now that no jurisdiction in their right mind that's a metropolitan is going to be having parking and stuff. We're going to see a lot more garage conversions and stuff with the splitting of houses. So, you know, it kind of makes sense if there's existing windows or existing openings. If we're saying it works in the basement, it should work within the 6 foot plus or minus the grade.
Jonathan, does R310.5 number 1 get you there? I'm starting to wonder because the same language for other than basement, except for it doesn't, I'm starting to wonder about the 4. So item 1 says, as long as it's the biggest window that you can put in there, so there isn't even a minimum, right? Or am I missing that?
It does, but I don't know how people have been practicing this one because obviously we don't look at window replacements, but this one it was intended to capture the you know, true replacements of a bedroom, because that's why we put that Oregon amendment at the bottom of 2, which is a change of occupancy or change of use. If you were creating a bedroom, it was nope, you have to comply.
But it's interesting because as a straight read, it doesn't say how small you can go.
Yeah, maybe it'd be good to merge those 2 sections just together. Replacement windows here, you can make it no more than 4 square feet when it's within 6 feet of grade, you know, because obviously it wouldn't work necessarily if you're climbing a ladder to get in that small of a window, but you know, a grade floor window, the 44-inch ones. I don't know. It just seems weird to just limit it to basement because on this one I will totally default to you because at least from all the previous research and stuff.
A little more work to enlarge a window in a basement than it is, like if you're cutting concrete and stuff, than it is in a wood frame wall.
So the one question I have on this is it doesn't address that the opening height above the floor. So would the 44 inches still apply, or because it doesn't bring it up, is there no height minimum?
Yeah, because 310.5 specifically exempts those sections that you're talking about, 310.2 and 310.4.4. But 310.7 doesn't. Is that what you're getting at, Terry?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, I can probably live with the smaller window size, but I just want to make sure that the sill, whatever that opening height is above the floor, I want to make sure that still applies, because if you start putting it up really high and can make it smaller, people are going to have a hard time getting out of it.
That's the unsafe condition we see getting fixed now is we have these small windows in basements, but the issue is the sill height that Terry is talking about. It's not the window size, it's the sill height issue, because we have these small 4 square foot windows. They're just clear at the very ceiling in basements right now.
So I think this is saying, as long as this isn't part of it, the number 2 says as long as it's not part of a change of occupancy or use. So just when they're replacing those windows, they've got to put in the biggest. Am I reading that right?
It says new sleeping rooms created in existing basements.
Where are you reading?
We're on 7. 310.7.
Okay, I'm on 310.5, sorry.
But I'm going back up to 5 just to ask, does that still apply? And this is only addressing the size of the window?
Yeah, 310.5 isn't for change of use. Is 310.7? Yeah, new sleeping rooms.
It's specific to a change of occupancy, 310.7 is.
Yeah, so I think that's when they mention the size, the minimum.
To Terry's point, the way I would read it, yes, it's saying you don't have to meet the clear net opening height off the floor thing.
Yeah,
Seems to be their intent.
I don't see that in there either. Jonathan, you were talking about merging this 310.7 with 310.5?
Yeah, so if we wanted to, we could basically merge, take it out of the basements, because it actually should apply, in my mind, should apply if we think it's a safe standard. It should apply to any area that we were allowed to use the 5.0 reduction anyway, previously. So that first floor basement area, and we could literally slide it under the 2 for replacement windows, because that's what this is replacement windows. Instead of saying this doesn't apply to, when it does apply, basically number 1 needs to kick in.
I could see the merge as long as we could get that sill height put in when it is a change of use. That's the real safety issue here. I don't know if it's the 4 or 5 square feet that I have an issue with. It's that sill height. But I agree with you too, Jonathan. If it's good in a basement, it should be good for a garage conversion. But I wouldn't want the sill height in that garage conversion to be over 44 inches either.
Well, the part we do need to consider in the 44 inches is the 44 only came into effect in the late 70s. The original EEROs were at 48 inches when they came into existence. So we do actually have a fair amount of legal EEROs that don't meet that sill height requirement. So there's a fair amount of windows that are around the 4-foot mark.
But aren't we talking about new bedrooms and basements, not existing ones?
New, but we used to have to argue with that one, in the past, where windows were legally installed in rooms and they were at that 48 inches, and telling them the rest of their house doesn't work, but or works because it existed. Now this one new bedroom, we're going to make you drop it to 44, even though you have a window that's exact same as the other one. So we've used that as an alternate method in the past in those houses where it was at 48 inches, because that was what previous model codes had allowed when it first came into existence.
I was wondering if before accepting this smaller window height and the lack of the sill height, if we want to run that, I mean, I know it was accepted at the national level, but it would be good to hear from the Oregon fire folks about whether they think that 4 square feet is good enough and no sill height, since they are emergency rescue openings, and see if Oregon folks agree with the national change. I like that idea.
Okay.
Just a thought when you're looking at that. If you look at the charging language of 310.7, it looks like it's pretty clear when you start into it that this 310.7.1 comes into play for other than new sleeping rooms, where you have existing basements go undergo existing alterations and repairs, escape openings and rescue openings not required. The exception to that, and then you have emergency escape and rescue openings. So if you have where you're putting in an existing basement, you're putting in new sleeping rooms, this exception below for 310.7.1 isn't part of that. It's dealing with the other escape of an existing basement that doesn't have sleeping rooms. So if I'm renovating a basement, making a game room out of it or something like that, that's where the 310.7.1 would come into play, and they're assuming you're not sleeping.
I think that's a good catch.
So I would argue that the 310s that you would, if you have a sleeping room in a basement, you still have to comply with 310.2, period. Cell heights, openings, we're done.
I wouldn't agree, because it specifically, the last sentence says you don't have to have rescue openings. And then the exception is specifically saying if you have existing windows that meet criteria of 310.7.1, then you don't have to comply with the 310.1. So
Right, but the beginning of that last sentence is other than new sleeping rooms where existing basements undergo alterations or repair, and escape and rescue opening is not required.
correct, because the code requires it in, right, but the code requires in other spots you have to have emergency escape and rescue openings. So what that's saying is I don't need to have one. So outside of sleeping room, I don't have to have one. And then if I have an existing space, now I'm providing escape and rescue opening. You wouldn't have a provision that says existing rescue openings if you didn't have to have them. You know what I mean? You're walking a circle in that exception. So
No,
that exception.
So you have basements, you have to have an egress, right?
That last sentence of 310.7 says you don't have to have a emergency escape and rescue opening. In the
our current code requires if you have a basement has to have an exit. If you have a sleeping room, those have their exit requirements being added in, right? But you can use the egress window in the bedroom to egress the basement, but you can't use the basement as the egress window for the bedroom requirement trigger in a basement. So if you're looking at that, if you exclude the bedrooms pieces, no, we don't have to have the egress window. And if you have something going on down there, again, we're talking about other than new sleeping rooms. So if we have existing conditions, then you start looking at it. But if you add a new bedroom to this and you're converting, now all of a sudden you end up with that trigger of 310.2 is what I was saying. So when we talk about converting garages and other stuff, those are new, and that's a different discussion.
It doesn't necessarily have to be new, because so again, it just says existing basement. It doesn't actually say it's existing living space. It doesn't say any habitable space. It doesn't say anything. It is just an existing basement. So while I can understand how you got where you got, that's not how that's written. That's not how I would apply it. The application is you have an existing basement, you have existing windows, you're now adding sleeping units in there. If the window meets this criteria, magically, boom, it works. The second emergency escape and rescue opening out of other rooms isn't required for that last sentence of 7.
Yeah, I think Jonathan's right. And then the exception, sorry, I just heard that first part that he was explaining, but then the exception says the 310.7.1 shall be acceptable as the emergency escape and rescue opening. I think that was required for the sleeping space.
So I guess the last statement that we had was we were potentially suggesting we defer to a request out to fire before we take action on this one to make sure that OFM is okay with it.
That's what I remember hearing. Seems like we've got 2 or 3 that we could use. Maybe you can combine them in an email or something, or to David Mills to focus on those and maybe give him a specific time. Come back to us.
And maybe ask him Jonathan's idea of using that 4 square feet also on like garage change of use. I wouldn't be comfortable with that unless fire is okay with that.
Okay, I think I've captured that. And I was looking at this closer too, and I don't know if you noticed, like for a dwelling addition, I guess that wouldn't be an addition, would it? It does point to 310.7.1 and number 3 exception for just non-basements. you were talking about earlier, Jonathan, about expanding it. So it does get you to that 4 square feet for other areas for an addition, and then for replacements, there is no minimum, but I can check on that because it does look like it's applicable to more than just basements.
Yep, you're right. That does have that.
I think that's pink there. Number 3 is new language, and I missed it on dwelling additions. So yeah, I made a note. We'll check on that one. Good to move on that one. Going to check with fire. 3 Oregon onlys. Boom, boom, boom. 311, 1, 3-1, and 3-2. Long-standing. Anything on those? Existing Oregon amendments?
Good here.
311 or 311.7 is another one of those that we addressed last round. For this one's for stairways, where we clarified that any stairway that's serving egress, so like stairways off of decks, were regulated, even though they had rearranged the model code and inadvertently moved the requirement so that it only applied to the egress door. And they finally came around to fixing it at the model level. We fixed it last go around. I think to me, it reads like it's the same result, but different language. They went a different way of fixing it. They said R311.7, and they also covered ramps. So 311.7 and 311.8, stairways and ramps within or serving a building, porch, or deck. So they went more specific. The committee can look at it and see, look at the existing Oregon. We added, where'd it go? Stairways for the 17. What did we add? There it is. 311. We did it as an exception. Where required by the code to provide stairways shall comply with this section. An exception: stairways not within or serving a regulated building, patio, porch, or deck. No, hold on. That's not right. That's not what we did. Oh. Yeah. Stairways required by this code or otherwise provided is what we did. I apologize. So 311.7, we said, or otherwise provided, that captured all the stairways, and then the exception, stairways not within or directly serving a regulated building, patio, porch, or deck. That's our existing Oregon language. And then the model code basically does the same thing. Like I said, it's just worded a little bit differently.
I'm getting a little more specific.
Well, it's getting specific, and it does actually carve out stuff where we had roped in because the stairways to the non-habitable attic technically applied at that point in time, where now it wouldn't, the way the model code adjusted. So it just depends on if that's an issue for anybody.
I don't think it's an issue. We're talking about new construction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks, I mean, my assessment is the model code now captures where we were trying to go with the previous Oregon amendment.
No, I like the current Oregon amendment that we show, and then the additions to the model.
Agreed here, this is Rex.
Consensus? Capture that Mark, as shown in your doc. Boom, boom, boom. Bunch more Oregon amendments, existing Oregon amendments down to 311.77. And this is new language that is, the model code is trying to account for runoff, basically areas, exterior landings where the slope has to be a little bit greater because of driveway or because of a slope. So instead of 2%, 1 in 48, it allows that area to be 5%, 1 in 20 for the exterior landings. That's as an exception.
It seems reasonable. I am trying to visualize in my mind, is that going to be a slipping problem for people when it's icy, or, I mean, practical standpoint, it's going to be hard to meet the original requirement sometimes anyway. It says it only applies where it's required for drainage in another part of the code as well. So it wouldn't be a universal exception.
I actually kind of appreciate that they use the 1 in 20 because that's still a walkway versus a ramp instead of pulling a random number out of the code.
I think that the commentary is clarifying that you've got slope requirements around a house for drainage. And this is allowing for those landings that fall within that area to also slope at that same.
Just because I'm that type of person, should we add the word exterior anywhere on there? So I decided to slope it. I put some type of stairway and it leads into my shower room, and I decided I need a 5% slope in there.
Actually, a good point, I think. I'd be fine with adding the word exterior.
Yeah, I think clearly the intent is exterior. That's interesting. It doesn't say that. Okay, so add, I'm hearing it correct, where the service of an exterior landing.
That works for me. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so except with an Oregon amendment. How's the committee on that? Exterior, good.
Yep.
Negatives, lots of thummies ups. Where is that one? Oregon amendment, Oregon amendment, Oregon amendment. Boo, boo, boo. The next one that I have on the matrix, we got 5 more minutes. Let me read it and see if we're going to get through this. Oh, hopefully we should. So 312.2 should be pretty straightforward. This is similar to the EERO where they've clarified the measurement. This one's for the window fall protection to be to the opening, measured to the clear opening. And this is new language.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Okay, any discourse? No, no. Like.
Eric, do you see any financial impact on this one?
No, I don't. No, I don't think it was a committee thing. I think this is how it's been interpreted and applied. I think it was confusing language before, but I don't.
Yeah, it's just a clerical change in reality.
The reality is it would technically lower it from a sill measurement. It would lower that opening a little bit, but not sure how that would add expense.
Cool, thank you.
Unless somebody disagrees. Amen. Unless your plans are already written or drawn up.
Nothing I can think of that would add cost.
Thank you. So the next one that's wait a minute. Yep, nope. Next one down would be the 314.3 for smoke alarms. I think we got a few minutes here till 3:25. We can get started on it. 3:26. This is an additional smoke alarm requirement. And so what this addresses is changes in elevation. So if you have bedrooms down a hallway and a hallway's coming down, you still get the smoke in the hallway. But if there's more than a 2-foot rise outside of that hallway to the ceiling, like out to a living room or great room or wherever, you would have an additional smoke at that level. If that makes sense.
It makes sense. The only thing I don't know if I appreciate about the provision is it doesn't say how long your hallway is. That could be a really long hallway and still have to do that.
I support the addition, and I don't think there's much of a cost increase.
Cost increase would be specific to certain architecture, but there would be labor, wire, because they're going to be intertied, the cost of the smoke. I think there will be an increase where it applies, I would think, unless.
Damon, how much does it cost to put in an extra smoke detector?
That'd be a good question for my purchasing department. Couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Not a lot. I don't know, 100, 150 bucks, and probably wouldn't apply to most homes.
Yeah. Ian, did you catch that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so overall we get, Jody, question?
Oh, this was in that section. This is probably not allowed, but is there anything where we could add something that says that the smoke detectors or alarms have to have an indicator on which one triggered the alarm? Because
having them installed in my own house during a remodel and having one go off, but not knowing where it was in the house. They're all currently pulled off because you couldn't tell which one was triggering the alarm. And it got very, very frustrating. So I don't know if there are products available or that actually show not just that it's going off, but which one was receiving the message that made the whole house break out in alarms at 3 a.m.
You might check your manufacturer's one. If I remember right, my newest ones, the light flashing sequence is different for the one that actually sensed the issue.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We read the manual backwards and forwards and it was not. And also they put different ones in different rooms. I don't know what we can do code wise, but I feel like interconnecting them has had an adverse effect on keeping them plugged in. Like the same way that like having that there's code requirements that you can't put it in a kitchen. I actually think the interconnection is working against safety.
It actually had the perfect effect. You were awake and you checked it at 3 a.m.
Here we go.
I can say that all of them that we put in our homes, we tell our customers that all the time. I don't remember brand, but they have a green light on them when they're good. And then the one that triggers it will flash red for, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes after it goes off. Even after they've stopped, it'll keep flashing red for a period of time so you can figure it out. So that's kind of a standard in our homes as far as I know. And I just assumed it was an industry standard.
Okay, well, if there's not a code indicator, you know how we have indicators on like restrooms that are occupied, for example, or things like that. But if that's not, maybe it's in one of these, you know, UL 260, I don't know, maybe it's in one of those and I got a dud and I didn't notice it. My inspector didn't notice it. And now they're all unplugged and I'm going to die, but.
You could do the reverse version, plug them in until it doesn't go off again, then only unplug that one.
Don't die on me, Jody, though.
I'm gonna check something. Jody, mine are the same as I just had one do that and it went red. On the one that was problematic. So I think that is interesting, but it might be in the listing. I was thinking that as you were saying it. So I'll do a little research and see. I'm not sure how you would do that in the code. I'm sure, well, we could do, but we got to be careful with smokes because we've been through code things where the technology wasn't there, like low frequency sounders, and we require something and it's limited and expensive. So maybe I'll do a little research and see on that one, what's out there. And because I hear you. The other piece to this 314 that is not on the matrix, but you'll notice number 4 under our 314.3.1 is the allowance for closer, because you mentioned it, Jody, it reminded me, the allowance for closer than 10 feet to a cooking appliance, or 6 feet, I mean, for photoelectric, but for listed nuisance reducing alarms. That was an addition. Also, is it? And I just didn't see it. Where's it at? Sorry, it's on the matrix. Oh, it's the next one down. 314.3.1. So that's there also. That gets us to 3.
Dave.
Sorry, David, did you have a question?
Oh yeah, thanks. And I'm sorry to drag everybody back a little bit, but you know the 311.7 where we're talking about the stairways and they all need to comply. How are we dealing with exempt structures and stairs? You know, and does that drive us somehow? Like if they put a 30-inch deck on a house while we're doing an inspection and we see that they put 5 steps with, shallow risers or 4 steps or whatever. How do we deal with that? What do we do with the exempt structures and stairs? That's my question. And is there some way to address that?
Point them in the correct code path and hope they take our suggestions.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because I know that the exempt work piece of the code says it still needs to comply, and I was wondering, just making sure that was the intent with that as well.
Obviously, if it's a true structural like life safety issue, then we'll address it and be like, hey,
Well,
you got
handrail is though, isn't it? I mean, that's considered a
well,
life.
if you said if it's below 30
Yeah,
inches,
the
and
30-inch marker, right, that makes it exempt.
yeah. So, yeah.
You have no hammer in the building code really, but local code enforcement, you could possibly address it that way, but yeah, you don't really, it's always been an ironic path to build it per code, but don't get a permit.
Right, exactly. Well, I just wanted to make sure that there was some latitude in there to use that exempt section that just says, hey, go forth and don't break the code with your exempt structures, and we leave it alone and not necessarily pursue it, because then you run into the whole problem of like, is there a permit for it? It just goes on and on when we start looking at exempt structures. So I was just curious. Okay, thank you. Sorry for dragging everybody backwards in time here.
Yeah, I think what he's getting at is that the deck is exempt, but nothing exempts the stairs, even though most of us don't require a permit.
Yeah, I mean, by this verbiage in 311.7, it implies that there's a permit required for that work.
Well, I think the intent with the blue underline language was to address this very issue: regulated building, patio, porch, or deck.
Okay.
So I believe that's my understanding of where we were trying to go with that was, so if it wasn't a regulated building, patio, porch, or deck, then it wouldn't be regulated stairways along with it to address just this issue. That was the intent.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And sadly, the inverse, because we didn't have a lot of leeway because of the way 311 started, was we couldn't once we got outside that egress door, we didn't have a lot of official authority. So we wanted both.
Yeah, no, but I absolutely get that, Jonathan. I see the reason for it. It just, in my mind, I was like, okay, how does this, where does this go once we have that exempt deck out there, that somebody throws in? So, okay, well, perfect.
Okay, 3:30. So next meeting is, wait, hold on. Did we decide on the smoke alarms? Other than Jody wondering about which one's going off thing, and did the committee decide to accept it? Yes. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm good with it.
I'm good with it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if we captured that. You good? All right, I think we did. Sorry about that. Okay, next meeting is 8th, next Thursday. Next Thursday is next meeting.
Can I, is it possible, I know this is a lot to put together before these meetings, but I had a hard time following, or where I didn't have time to read ahead, where we just got the material last night. Is it possible to get it more than the night before, or maybe delay a meeting if it's not compiled? I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that struggled with trying to read sections as we're talking about them and understand what they're saying without having had time to, I have to read the code like 5 times before it makes sense to me. Was that an issue for anyone else?
No, Carrie, that's why I was asking about the whole hold on the townhouses. That's the exact reason, is I want to be able to understand what that is. So, and I did not get through everything with the solar. I was just able to glance over it, hoping that we weren't going to get there after seeing everything else. But yes, I'm in the same boat.
I think for next week, we probably have a lot of the material already from this week.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I don't know that at the rate we're going, I think probably what you already have, we'll hope to get through next week. But we're going to
maybe just for future,
the next stuff. But yeah, no, absolutely. That's the intent. It's yeah, the intent is to get it out as quickly as we can before, so you can review it, but it's difficult. There's a lot going on here, and we're a little shorthanded. So we're trying to do that, and we get it. But if we need to bypass things because of that, that's not a problem.
Do we
or-
have a deadline of when we need to be through all of this? Like, if we had, postpone a meeting, if we don't have the material in advance, or how are we doing on time frame?
We're already behind. But I mean, it'll get done when it gets done, and we're trying to get through it, but we want to do it thoroughly and get it right and give you time and not feel like we're making hasty decisions. So we'll just keep plugging away. And if, the committee
Okay.
decide if there's not enough time to review stuff, you can let us know and we can put something off if we have to, or review what we can that you're comfortable with. And we'll continue to try to get stuff out as fast as we can.
Okay, sounds great.
Do we think next week we will continue through chapter 3 and then stop before solar and then go back to the townhouses, or do we want to go start immediately with the townhouses, or the preferences about that?
Well, I think that'll be, typically we pick up what we left lying down or lying back there if we can. So if we're ready, we'll go back and pick up those things that we left tabled. That's usually how it works.
Okay.
So tabled first, that's the intent. And if it's not ready, then we can push it and get to it at the end or whatever.
And Carrie, to your timing thing, chapter 3 and 11 are the two that usually have the most time consuming stuff. So once we get past this chapter, we're actually in pretty good sailing for the rest of the committee.
Agreed. Okay. Anything else?
Thanks, everyone.
No. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Week.
Eric, can I ask you one quick question?
Hadley? Yeah. Is that?
Yeah, sorry. Back to the chapter 1. I don't have it pulled up, so people can leave if they need to, but the chapter 1 change to exemption, I brought it up when we started chapter 3 forever ago, that I was confused about 301. Sorry, I'm scrolling back. Way back there. Sorry, 302.1 with the fire rating and that added little note about the porches and patio covers that seemed like redundancy in the text. So comparing 105.1 item 6. And I still have to find that one too.
R302.1 exemptions.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. So we're only exempting the patio covers and such that are 3 feet away from the property line. So isn't the language in item 3 of R302.1 about other than patios, porches, or deck covers, isn't that redundant, because already addressing their adjacency to the property line in 105? That makes sense. I still haven't found chapter 1 on my screen.
It does make sense. I think there's a difference. One's the detached accessory structures and versus the patio covers, which are generically everything attached or detached. And then I think the reason he added that language was because that section that we added last code cycle specifically was for detached accessory structures, which then captures patio covers and other decks and those sorts of things back into it. So BCD was carving out that element, saying, nope, those still have to meet fire separation.
But they will already be meeting fire separation because they have to be exempt, right?
They have to be less than 3. They have to be more than 3 feet to be exempt. Right.
But
6 and 10.
being And Natalie, keep in mind, there's a difference between exempt from permits and then needing fire separation. So like, if he didn't put them in there and they were detached, you might say they need a permit, but they didn't have to be fire rated. So he's just capturing both. You're fire rated and you may have to have a permit, or you're not fire rated and you don't have to have a permit. It's kind of weird. Because you'll be at 3 foot 1 inch. You need a permit, but you don't have to be fire rated now, type thing. It was just that he was catching both sides.
Yeah. We could have missed it. So this is why absolutely look at it and let us know.
But Natalie and I were talking about this, and you'd have either an exempt structure that was less than 3 feet from the property line and would not be required to be provided wall protection because of this item number 3, or you'd be a porch cover detached that was more than 3 feet from the property line and did not need to be fire rated. So why would it ever need this item number 3?
So if you wanted to have a patio cover within 3 feet, you'd get a permit and then you'd have to fire rate it. That's what that basically saying. So I can literally put from a building code perspective, I could literally put a patio cover right on the property line and protect it. I just need a permit. That's what that section's saying. It's a detached patio cover. It's within 3 feet. So now that new Oregon amendment or the modified Oregon amendment will say it needs to be protected, but I just need a permit for it. It's no longer exempt. So that way I can make sure it's actually protected.
Did anybody think that the detached patio cover did not need to be protected or attached?
Well, it doesn't have to be attached because an accessory structure is an accessory structure. So a patio cover is an accessory structure. So it didn't have to be attached originally. So when we, in the 2021 code, separated out the detached accessory structure didn't have to meet that. What didn't need a permit didn't need to be exempt. He's just clarifying it so people don't miss it type thing. Because if they just read it of detached accessory structures don't have to have fire protection, someone could miss it because it is a detached accessory structure. I think it could be language that doesn't necessarily have to be there, but it's helpful language.
I found it more confusing than the original because it seemed like you had this detached non-habitable accessory structure that did not have to be rated, but then I put a porch on it and now it does have to be rated if I flip it around with the porch toward the property line. It confused me. It didn't seem to clarify.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. I'll make a
All right.
note.
I'll let everyone go. Thank you.
Right.